Hello, hello, hello! How is everyone? It is Saturday night. I feel all right. We are gonna do some printing finally with the ERCF. ERCF? Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder. Yes, the thing with the bunnies. That's why I'm wearing the bunny hat. This has gone on long enough. This build has been, it's been fun. I will say, this has been a fun build. This is definitely an in-depth build, but we're at the point. It does things. It homes. I actually spent the weekend, or the week, going through and ensuring we are ready. Because now, we're going to print stuff. How's everyone doing tonight? How is everyone doing tonight? Yes, we're going to push plastic. So speaking of pushing plastic, let me actually load up Prusa Slicer. Prusa Slicer. Where is... Oh, downloaded it. That's right. That's it. Download. Prusa Slicer. Create desktop shortcut. So I was a little worried there for a minute. There was a chance there was not going to be a stream today. It's pinned to taskbar. Where are you at? Go there. I pinned you to start. Oh, no, you're down there. There it is. Okay. So last night, I don't know what happened. I got home from work last night and I had to print some things. So I went, as most do that run Klipper, and connected to my web browser on my computer upstairs. And I loaded up my printer and it was not connecting. I don't know what happened, but it just was not connecting. So I'm like, oh, hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to restart the router, right? It's been a while. Maybe the connection get all buggy. Sometimes you just got to restart it. So I log in. I got an Amplify Alien. And when I load it up, it says, oh, update. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's update. It's been a while since I've updated the firmware. So I hit update. I didn't check what was connected or not. So I don't know if this issue was prior to me updating or the update caused it. But after the update, nothing would connect to my home Wi-Fi network. The only thing that would connect was my main phone that I used to set up the Ubiquity network in the original space. And yeah, that was really annoying. So I spent a good till 3:30 a.m. changing settings. I reverted the firmware. I did a factory reset. I did all kinds of things, but no matter what I did, I could not get everything to reconnect. I eventually got it to the point where any device that I could make it forget my network information would reconnect. So like my phone, right? You go into your phone, you forget network, you reconnect. My computer, same thing, right? My computer's upstairs, I did that. But I could not get any of the Raspberry Pis and any of my printers to reconnect. Same SSID, same password, they just would not connect. So this morning, I basically started fresh again, full factory reset, and I created a new SSID. So now my whole home network is on a whole new SSID. Everything's connecting. The only downside is I've got to pull the SD cards out of all my printers and update the SSID info. So yeah, that was fun. But it's working. It's working. We're connected. I can make it do the thing that the printers do. See? We are connected. It does things. So we're good there. That was not a fun night and a fun morning. KB3D, $10. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's get some music going. And I think I'm peaking. Is my audio peaking a little too high? Let me drop that a bit there. Okay. Only Benchy's rep box. Yes, I do have a rep box on the way. So yes, I do have a rep box on the way. Actually, we will probably be doing a stream during the week at some point to build that. So the plan tonight is we are going to dive into the slicer and get the slicer set up. So we're going to get the slicer set up for this. I'm hoping to be able to do a test print. And then if all goes well, we'll do the rep box during the week. And then next week's stream will be the final ERCF dedicated stream where we're just going to print something. We're going to find a nice model. We'll obviously not be able to print it all in one stream, but we're just going to chill and print, or print and chill. So yeah, can we have faster music tonight? Once we get it to the printing point. So I've gone ahead and downloaded Prusa Slicer 2.4 because apparently it's supposed to be very good for multi-material. So we need to make a printer. It's been a while since I've used Prusa Slicer. Add remove printer. Add remove preset. So for those that don't know, if you need a good base to start a slicer profile, start with a Prusa Mark III profile. It's a well-tuned profile. Yes, it is designed for Prusas, but just start with a Mark III and go from there. And that's pretty much what I'm going to do here. No, I don't have an SLS. Finish. Oh, look, I have a Prusa now. But it's not a Prusa, so we got to change some things. So max print height, I'm just going to change it to 230 just because I'm a little worried about the traction 8, we're going to 0.6, lift Z, 0.6 is good. Yeah. Filament settings, printer settings, layer height 0.2. Perimeters 2, whatever, we're fine there, fine there. Why 7 top layers? So that's a lot of top layers. Speeds and feeds, and this is the part where we fix this, because this is like, come on guys, this is... Okay, 45 is okay there, small perimeter, we'll go 35. Do I need to get new batteries for my keyboard? Yes, I need to get new batteries for my keyboard. Infill 100, solid infill 100, top solid infill 60, support materials 60, bridges 40, I don't know. Perimeters 1800, infill 3000, 3000, first layer, we'll go 1600. Default for anything else, 2000, sure. Max print speed, 300. Travel 180, oh come on. It said travel as fast as you want. There we go. Okay. Save. Switch wire. Save. This is just going to be a starting point. I want to thank you for your great stream on the 0.1 kit. Videos make me buy kit. I'm happy to build it after Christmas since my wife decided to make it a Christmas gift. Oh, there you go. Best Christmas gifts. Let's load up the manual. Actually, there was an update to the manual. There's a beta version of the latest Prusa Slicer. Yep, that's what I'm running. I'm running the 2.4 beta. So, documentation, manual, download. So it's like right at the end. So there is a bunch of stuff that we do have to put into this because there is a lot when it comes to your slicer. Because if you don't have your slicer set up right, the slicer is what makes or breaks a multi-material setup. If you don't have your slicer tuned, you're going to run into so many issues when it comes to a multi-material setup. Yeah, it's gonna be not good. So let me just adjust that. Okay. Okay, start and ending G code. Okay, have I seen the new Mellow Gemini? I have seen that. Basically, it looks like a 4-driver board with a built-in Raspberry Pi, I believe. I'm not 100% sure there. Yes, 4 drivers is kind of a limitation, is a bit of a limitation. However, you are able to just plug in a dumb board like an SKR Mini and get more drivers. So, yeah. Check Discord.
Have a great stream.
1 second here. So yeah, so that is there. Oh, I don't have the camera on. How are you supposed to see me? A5100. There I am. Hello. I was recording footage, so I forgot to put the camera on. There we go. Stefan, €5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great stream. I will. They're planning an expansion mod. The thing is, if it's USB, if you should be able to hopefully they didn't get dumb and basically walled garden off that MCU on there. So hopefully if it's a Raspberry Pi, you have the I/O from a Raspberry Pi, so you're able to plug stuff in additionally. So you would just be able to plug in another like SKR or whatever. Oh, David's here. Everyone say hi, David. You know the rule. Where is David at? Oh, there's David. Okay. See, it used to be easier when I had less people as channel members because you all stood out, but now you guys are all awesome and you're all green, so you don't stand out as much. I gotta suffering from success. Okay, so we need to make some changes here because right now it's not an MMU slicer. We need to update this. So let's load up our slicer. Oop, nope, don't need that. We need to make it a multi-material. So number of extruders, 6. Okay. And it's a single extruder multi-material. So this lets it know there's only one hot end, but there's 6 extruders. G-code flavor. Should I be using Marlin Legacy? I can never remember what slicer is supposed to be. Because Super Slicer has Klipper, but Prusa Slicer doesn't. We'll just leave it there for now. Milling cutters. Yeah, we don't need no stinking milling cutters. For each one, make sure tool name is left blank. There is no tool name, so I guess we're okay there. I'm assuming that's because the guide is for Prusa Slicer. So let's see here. Yeah, see, so Prusa or Super Slicer has tool name, but Super Slicer does not have tool name. So I'm assuming we're okay there. Devin, thank you for becoming a member. Custom G-code tool change. Set the tool change G-code to T equals that. This will make the G-code generate T0 G-code to request a tool change for tool 0. Okay, there we go. Custom G-code. Tool change G-code. T next extruder. Okay. Global behavior. The start and end G-code showed below are designed for using the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder as the filament management solution, even for single colored prints. That means the proper filament will be loaded at the beginning of the print, right after the print start macro is finished, and the filament will be unloaded at the end of the print. So when your printer is not printing, no filament will be in the tool head, and the whole print start G-code will be executed without any filament loaded. So adapt accordingly. If you have a purge sequence, that will be useless. Okay. So start each, okay, so for start G-code, insert if that blah, 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 after your initial print start. Okay. So I already have my normal print start macro set up. So what this does, it basically does like a preheat, level, a mesh, and then a purge line. So then we add that, right? And use your own purge. Okay, so I need to change my starting G code now. Because it has the purge in the start, and I don't want the purge in the start now. So cut that out, save and restart. Go to here and put that there. And that completely screws up the formatting. Shoot, 1 second here. There we go. Okay. I don't know if it has prime nozzle. I don't know if it you can delete the, or if it knows not to read these, so I'm just deleting that. Okay, so that's my prime right there. I think that's right. Heat the nozzle in 117. Okay, I think we're okay there. Finished my 2.4 build this week. Watching your old streams were super helpful. That's good to hear. Just waiting for my serial. Yeah, they go through in batches, so. But congrats on getting the build done. Okay, so we're okay there. So printer settings tab, custom G code end. So I suggest to use a dedicated parameter to choose the option to unload at the end of the print or not. The print end macro I'm using below as an example. Note, if you don't unload at the end of your print and start a new print with the incorrect filament inserted, the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder will eject automatically and load the proper filament anyways. It is just simpler and cleaner to unload the filament anyways at the end of the print. So what that means is, say you finish a print and you park and you still have filament loaded in the extruder, you can turn your printer off. If you go to start again, because the end stop that's in the toolhead detects that there's filament, it'll go, oh shoot, I need to get rid of this shit. It'll heat up the nozzle, pull that filament out, do a home, and then carry on. But I don't know. Yeah, so we should be, I think. I don't know. Again, I've never used this yet. So we need to add some stuff to my print end macro. Ette, if you're watching this in the future, it'd be nice if you had this written down in a way that I could just copy it instead of having to go in here and actually write it. Okay. So my print end code is this, so. Set unload. How do I do the straight up and down line? There we go. test that out. Okay, I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, the Nero's Nest. The Nero's Nest stick of filament holding and distribution is my temporary feeding solution. 1 second here. Nope. Oh, there you are. Ah, we have a visitor. Hey, buddy. Did you come down here for treats already? And shake paw? Yes, you're so good boy. There you go. Duff 69, doggo. You're gonna face away from the camera the whole time. You gotta turn around, turn around. By the way, whoever it was that recommended that I get a Furminator, that definitely, like, I think I brushed like a dog out of my dog. It worked great.
Doggo.
Okay, you gotta go out. Little man sleeping. Gotta close the door. But yeah, we got like a dog's worth of hair out of him with that Furminator. No, you can't have another. One. You're getting fat.
Bork, bork, doggo. Hida.
Okay. Go see mama. Keep trying to get all the treats. See, here's the thing though. He's conditioned now that if I'm down here and he comes in here, he knows he gets a treat. So when I'm down here during the week working on stuff, he likes to come in here and beg for treats. And that's because of you. Elements, $7. Thank you, appreciate it. Bork, bork, Dargo, high duff. But yeah, he's a good boy. He's getting old though, so we gotta watch the amount of treats. If unload int equals 1%, ERCF underscore eject. Percent end if space that. Save and restart. Okay. Nope. Error loading template, Chico macro print in, simply expect token end of print got unload. Nope. I'm forgetting the... Oh, okay, one second. Oh, there we go. Set unload, Diego, 1127, greetings from Double T. Hello, hello. Thank you, appreciate it. There we go. Set unload, save and restart. Nope, error loading template, G code macro, G codes. Nope, still getting that
Greetings
error.
from Doublet.
Oh, and I forgot the there. I have no idea what these question mark thingies do. But that's what they do. Printer is not ready. Click host is attempted to connect. There we go. Bing, bang, boom, we're good. Okay. And now I need to add this unload at end, print n, unload at underscore end. unload at n equals 1. There we go. Okay, it's just simpler and cleaner to unload the filament. Okay, so printer settings tab. So in the single extruder multi-material setup, the single extruder have to be defined. They will change based on the hot end you're using. For example, this is a Dragon normal flow. I'm using a Dragonfly. I'm just gonna roll with this. Some users have reported having better results, either cleaner filament tips using 35 and 15 millimeters respectively for the cooling tube positioning, cooling tube length. Okay, so we will go with the Dragon standard flow. And then go from there. So, okay, let me close Super Slicer so I don't accidentally keep opening that. So 40, 20, okay, so it is important that the filament parking position is a few millimeters smaller than the sensor to nozzle parameter in the ERCF software. Also make sure, okay, so I gotta check what the sensor to nozzle is. All the way up here. Sensor to nozzle is 55.6, and it should be a little bit less, it says. Right, so sensor to nozzle is 55.6. So we're gonna go with 53. Go with 53. And then this will be 52.8. Okay. They allow klipper to execute Python code. What? Oh, they. Okay, so the percentages allow klipper to execute Python code. There you go. I'm learning. Advanced white purge tower. This part of the setup will be discussed further in the guide when discussing the purge tower options. Printer settings. Okay, so these are. Oh, so this is a cutaway of the tool head. So if you want to know what your, like, when it's saying what is your end of Bowden to sensor, it's from here to there or whatever. And it's probably going to be different depending on which setup you're running. Because again, the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder works on any printer running klipper, okay? Technically, if I'm not mistaken, it also will work on RepRap firmware if somebody wants to take the time to convert all the macros from klipper macros to RepRap firmware macros. So I think it can work on there. As far as I know, Marlin is no. Extra loading is negative value. Oh, good point, good point, good point. Negative value, okay. Okay, so printer settings. In the multiple extruder section, enable white tower if you want to purge it. You can try it. Let me get rid of that giant picture of me. This was fun. I'm playing with a RevoPoint scanner, and there's a scan of my face. It's kind of freaky looking. So where is that setting at? In multiple extruder section, enable the white tower if you want to purge into it. You can also try nope, sparse layers, experimental. Oh, I see. Okay. So multiple extruders. Wipe tower enabled. Okay, there we go. Making a mask. I don't know. I got this is what I've been playing with. I've been a busy week, but I got the Revo Point scanner kind of up and running, so I can scan stuff and make 3D models of stuff. So that'll be, hopefully, I gotta test it a bunch this weekend, but that'll be next week or the weeks after video once I get a chance. So yeah, we'll just leave the wipe tower settings at default. Beware though that the tool will move up and down to reach the actual wipe tower height, so ensure the wipe tower is far enough from the print itself. No sparsely. Oh, that okay, so that way it skips it. Yeah, we're just gonna. Okay. Remember to set your specific pressure advance value in the. Okay. We're just gonna roll with whatever pressure advance I have set in. Wipe tower to speed up purging process, increase the max speed on wipe tower printer. Okay. Where's that setting at? Wipe tower parameters. Oh, I think that's in. Look at all these colors. I don't know, where is that setting at? Wipe tower parameters, minimal purge on wipe tower. Am I missing something? Where is that setting? Wipe tower parameters. Where is wipe tower parameters at? Wipe tower parameters, advanced. Oh, it's a. I can't. Okay, oh, so Prusa Slicer doesn't have the option to change it. Yeah, Prusa Slicer doesn't have the option to change it. So it says 150 millimeters cubed. Okay, so I guess we can't change it. So I should now be able to print something. So let's change our colors here. So one is blue. Okay. 2 is white. 3 is orange. 4 is black. That one is green and then red. Okay, so let's find something. Let me pull up the demo print. Okay, so I have this, but how do I tell it to do? So that's extruder 1. I want to do multiple extruders. Where is make it multi? No, that ain't right. How do I make this a multi-material print? It should just be a multi-material print. Unless I'm missing something. Right click on the object and split to parts. Okay. Add instance, set number of instances. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we got one of every color. So 3 will be orange, 4 is black, that is green, 6 is that. There we go. Okay. You know what, we'll just get rid of the purge. We'll just ignore the purge. Save. Okay, slice now. Okay, so slicing finished. Oh, let me check my cooling and whatnot. Filament, 215, 160, sure. Cooling, 100, sure. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. So this is a 4-hour print. So let's just save it to desktop. And heat the bed up. Now we wait. That is a lot of purge. That is a lot of purge. Oh well. Well, we'll see if it works. Waiting for it to heat up. Does it give a print time? 4 hours. Estimated print time's 4 hours. I don't know how much purge I should be doing. I could probably cut down the purge length. Right now it's purging multiple extruders. Yeah, it's purging 150 millimeters. If I drop it down to 100 millimeters cubed, I don't think I need to do 100. Let's do 75. Slice now. So if I cut the amount of purge volume in half, yeah, it doesn't change much. It's only 15% infill, so I don't think purging to infill will do much. Should I be telling it not to purge during unloading? Because why would I purge during unloading? Although, let's be fair, right now, we're just making sure, we're just seeing if it works. Who knows? This might not even work. So, yeah. So right now it looks like it's doing 70 unload and 70 load. Yeah, the king seat. I don't know how that's going to work on this guy, so. Okay, we're at 60. The bed is hot. Let's see how far we get before we get errors. Unable to open file. Okay, right off the bat, it's not working. What the heck? Export G-code as G-code. Okay. Oh. It would help if I uploaded the actual desktop. Where is it? There we go. Upload the G-code, not the STL. Okay. Use RepRap Sprinter. Oh yeah, good point, good point. Save. Okay, pause. Emergency stop. E-stop. Firmware restart.
I'm building my 2.4 while watching this stream. Mechanics done. Basic wiring
There we
ran.
go. Okay.
Getting ready for
There we go.
electronics.
Echo 2 Papa 2, $5. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm building my 2.4 while watching this stream. Mechanics done. Basic wiring ran. Getting ready for electronics. Awesome sauce. It's good to hear. Yeah, multi-material. Okay. I've had a few people comment on this stream, like leave comments on the stream or mention in chat, and I've seen it. Oh, this looks very complicated. This is this is not unboxing a Prusa. This is not building an Ender 3. This is something that is complex. It is what it is. It's a DIY multi-material. Multi-material in and of itself with 3D printing is a fickle beast. Building your own multi-material unit from scratch, even though with documentation and everything, is still a fickle beast. It's just one of those things. So. FDA V patch. Yes, because some Marlin G codes aren't recognized by klipper. Usually it's not a major issue, but it can be an issue. Depends on how your macros are and everything. The unload and load purge volumes and Prusa slicer are added together for total volumes. When changing filament, it gives you a little more fine control per. Okay, so I should be able to drop down the unload purge. Because why am I purging 70 millimeters cubed of filament into nothing before swatching to another filament? Tuning the Prusa MMU took me over a week to get it printing reliably. I believe it. What are my resonances like on here? Oop.
What's your resonances like on the switch wire?
ERCF. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna have to play with my starting G code right off the bat. Okay, try this again. Okay, it's doing the bed mesh. In terms of my input shaper on here, it is, I'm running, what is it? My X is 70 MZV and my Y is 47 MZV. I ran input shaper on here a while ago before. I probably should rerun it because I rebuilt the tool head. It has a different extruder, so I probably should have to update it. Troy J, $20. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with this build despite the complications and struggles. Troubleshooting the problem areas. I've just been informative of the stuff that work. Exactly. That's why I like doing these live. I get people that like these are people.
The complications and struggles.
I've had people say these are horrible build guides. They're not meant to be. Oh, is it loading filament? Yes, it's loading filament. Go filament. Go do your thing. My streams, while they can be used as build guides, my streams are the stream itself. What we do on the stream varies. Whoa. Okay, I gotta go up. Baby step. Where's baby steps in? It's, you know, we're doing it live. I like doing things live. Oh yeah, I forgot this thing is not happy with those fast accels. Motors need a tune-in. Yeah, you can use some of my builds as build guides. However, it's a live stream. Whatever happens, happens. If somebody asks me a question and we go down a rabbit hole looking up YouTube videos, it happens. And I'd rather do that because it's, you know, it's a show. And it's not an edited show. No, I didn't scratch it. It's just the first layer is a little low. And I got to do tuning. I got to retune these motors. I can't remember what speeds, feeds, accels, and I think I got to bump the amperage up on them. At the 200 millimeter speeds, it's not too happy. Or at the 300 millimeter travel at high accel, it's not happy. There we go. Let's drop it down to 200 millimeters a second. If only printing money. It's enraged. Exactly, it's enraged. Where's a good place for parts? Parts for what? I've never run things that fast. Yeah, I forgot to drop it down. Oopsie-doodles. Full send. Exactly. Yeah, normally, like, for most of the time, when my profiles are, I just take a V2 profile and just tweak speeds and feeds. And just kind of go from there. Okay, let's see. Can I see where that came? Turn it down. Okay, where is this camera aimed at? That'll work. So when we come to overhead for the change, that's that. Okay, so now it's purging. Really slow. Dejo, thank you for becoming a member. Why is the purge so slow? Is it because it's a first layer purge? Speeds. Yeah, it's, oh my god. There's some first layer purge speeds, and then it goes up to, it gets a little bit more reasonable afterwards. It is what it is. So yeah, we definitely don't need to do 70 millimeters of unload purge going forward. So let me do that right now. Oh, we're doing a filament change. Okay. Okay. And white. That doesn't have a tip on it. Hopefully it feeds in. It feeds in. Okay. Unload purge is added to total purge. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to play with settings for now. Oh. Is there a quieter stepper than 2209s? Not really. You have to understand, this is going to be loud. It is, the motors are running in spread cycle mode. Everything is running really fast, especially when it's doing the change. You could run this slower to make it quieter, but then it takes a lot longer. Remember, it's doing how many purges in a print, right? At Spider-Man print with like 1,000 filament changes. If each one of those is double the time, that takes a lot of time. So you can run it slower, not push it as hard, but then it takes longer. It's a trade-off. Honestly, I'd rather run it hard, fast, and with as much torque as I can get out of it. Because I'd rather it not jam on me 6 hours into a 12-hour print. Faulty Giant, $10. Thank you, appreciate it. How are you enjoying the FL Sun SR? I recently got one. It's been a great little printer for the price. Thanks for always for being awesome. Remember to smash that like button.
How are you enjoying
yes.
the FL Sun
the
SR?
FL Sun, I used it. I have been using it actually. I think, and this is going to sound heresy, I'm going to keep Marlin on it. I want to have a Marlin printer. So I can, if I ever need to do anything with Marlin, I kind of want a Marlin printer, and it's a nice printer. I don't think I'm gonna. I want to put the orbiter on it, but part of me wants to keep it stock as a stock printer. I don't know. I'll see. Are you back again? 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 Look at this. Look at this guy.
Standing at the bottom of the stairs, his paws on the first step, winding up the stairs at me.
Oh my god. Seriously? Okay, you know what? Turn around. Shake paw. Okay. Other paw. Other paw. Lie down. Okay, up. Oh yeah, you're getting old. I shouldn't do that. Sit. There you go.
It's just the floors on his nails.
He's getting old. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Can't be having all these treats. During the week, every time I was down here, he'd come down here and beg for treats.
And he got treat. Well, I think he just got kibble from Joe today too.
Oh.
Duff 6.99 Doggo. Doggo loves the treats.
Victor 699, Duff 699, Doggo, Duff 69, Doggo loves the treats. Yes, Doggo does love the treats. Hey, look, it's working though.
Hey, bub. Let's go.
Quit bugging to come down here.
Oh, he's been needy.
Yeah, he is going in to get his nails clipped soon.
Such a good doggo.
With the COVID and whatnot, it's just kind of a pain at times, but he is going in.
Oh, it's more of my work schedule.
That too.
Work schedule makes me hurt.
He's got like his wick is like he needs to be brought in to get his nails cut, unfortunately. Build a custom Voron Super Racer mod. I made a thing. It's working. So yeah, so over the week, a couple things I did. I actually went through and redid everything we did last week on stream. I started over and did it again. The encoder is now reading accurately. I took the gear out, I cleaned it. I did a few other small like things I should have did during the build. Nothing major, just make sure you follow the manual because the manual has been updated. Actually, pretty much after every stream I've done, there's been an update to the manual. So yeah, I went through, I tweaked everything. Oh, wait. Ta-da! Dremel makes a snail trimming. We tried that. He does not approve of that thing. We did get one of those grinding, like nail trimming things a while ago. The labeled sheet. Yeah, this is an LDO sheet. Is ASA good for 3D parts? Yes, it is. ASA, for the most part, is ABS that's formulated for UV resistance. Chemical composition and makeup is slightly different. ASA is a little bit stiffer, but also a little bit more brittle. But for 3D printed parts, you're probably never going to notice a difference. Need a sound effect when it's changing, like the baby shark. Are these deck panels? No, these are ABS sheets. These are ABS sheets. So, actually, 1 second here. Yeah, these are. You can get this. It's plastic, and usually it's ABS. One side is textured, and the other side is smooth and a fingerprint magnet. So, they're usually pretty cheap too. Did any of those warp? No, because I don't have I only have well, now 3 with the switch wire down here. The switch wire uses, I can't remember what panels they are. It's whatever LDO uses. The only ones, I don't have ABS in any of mine. The back plate on this one is ABS. It hasn't warped. This one is all coroplast. Tallboy is coroplast. This one, my bottom plate is actually a sheet of 1/8 aluminum because I'm cool like that, and it was at work. And yes, by the way, we are listening to Christmas music, so we have the wonderful Stream Beats Christmas soundtrack, Lo-Fi, which I actually like. It's not bad Christmas music for once. Do I mainly use textured surfaces? No, I prefer the ABS or the PI sheets, simply for the fact that they you can resurface them. How hot does Toasty Boy? Toasty Boy gets to the high 50s, low 60s. If I let it cook for a while. It actually doesn't heat up as much as I'd hope it did. Apparently ACM is actually not as good as acrylic because it's got more thermal mass. It actually sucks up heat or something like that. Somebody did the math on it. But it's got a smaller volume, so it still gets a higher temperatures. Oh yeah, fast music. Okay, so what, you want synthwave or you want EDM? We'll do EDM. There, EDM beats. Rest of for the PI. So if you got like flat PI, just hit it with like 600 grit sandpaper, scuff it up a bit, and then wipe it clean with like ISO. Yeah, I do need to insulate. The thing is, I haven't gotten around to insulate it because I haven't run into any issues with the plastics I've printed. The highest temp plastic, I printed some PA12 CF nylon at 330 on the nozzle, and it printed fine. I had no warping, so I never really, I wasn't too concerned. So, yeah, smooth PI, you should always scuff up PI. Smooth PI is actually horrible. Like, yeah, you get a really nice finish, but in terms of grip, you're better with scuffing it. Replacing... I have a video on my channel, Joseph, on how to do that. It's not too hard, actually, to swap out the PI. Get yourself some dishwashing detergent. Like the dishwashing Tide Pods, basically. Or not Tide Pods, but dishwashing pods. Trevor, thank you for becoming a member. Yep, so you throw it in the freezer. Throw it in the freezer for a couple hours, peel the PI off, and then throw the spring steel sheet along with the... there we go. Throw the spring steel sheet, because the adhesive will still be attached to it. Throw that into like a cookie sheet with some warm water. Throw a dishwashing pod on top. Let it sit for a couple hours, and when you pull it out, you should be able to just slop off the 468 MP adhesive, and then clean it. Wipe it down with like ISO or degreaser, and then reapply a new sheet. I actually need to redo this one. I killed the sheet on Tallboy here, and it's one of the older energetic flex plates, and I don't know what adhesive they use, but it did not dissolve in the dishwashing pod. So I actually grabbed a can of acetone. I'm gonna have to melt it off because right now it's no longer sticky, but it's just like gummy. It's like a rubber sheet on it. So I gotta redo that still. Actually, I think I'm out of 300mm sheets of PI too. The PI baked right on. That's what I have right here. Personally, go for both. Get something that has the textured on one side for when you want the textured, and then flat on the other side. That way you can just use whatever one you need. So what are we doing? We're printing black right now. You know, I'm gonna switch to the lower tripod. And actually, let me, do I have my step stool in here? I do not. Here, you guys watch that while I finish with, get all finicky with this. Okay, so you go there, you go there. There we go. By the way, this thing's like the worst tripod ever. Now, there you go. So now you can see that. And now when it does a filament change, which would, there you go. There we go. So actually 9 o'clock and we're printing already. This is good. This is good. I actually thought we'd be a lot longer to get to this point. Wonder if some kind of purge bucket with nozzle scrubber would be attached to this, which there isn't much time filament wasted in the purge tower. The thing with the purge tower, if you know how much filament you need to purge, you can always make the purge tower smaller. So either you purge it into a bucket or you purge it into a tower. The difference with purging into a bucket, you can just rapid it out because you don't need to actually print anything with it. So you can just kind of go blah and feed it all out. Versus, oh, we need to print something that will actually stick around through the whole print. Can you make it print all the blue color at once for the layer? I think there's all kinds of settings in the slicer itself. Technically, I can do continuous spool. So I can feed 6 spools into here. And as one spool ends, because it'll know when it finishes up here, it'll just unload and then go to the next spool. And you could feed like 6 kilograms in one go. You can purge into infill, but a small print like this, I don't think you're going to purge a lot in infill. It's a pebble purger. Yeah, and somebody made one too for the Prusa, or not Prusa, E3D tool changer I seen. Some slicers can print a model instead of a purge tower, yeah. Taking bets on when the tangles make the printer tip over. What do you mean the tangles? What tangles? I have looked at it, Duff. I don't think I'll be doing something like that on this guy though. What tangles? Are you talking about these? This is perfectly organized as it should be. What slicer? I'm using the Prusa Slicer 2.4 beta because apparently it's supposed to be really good with MMUs, so I gave it a shot. Because you can paint. You can paint on the models with different colors. So. And I think the last one is red, which if David's here is some Prusa, or Prusa, printed solid, blood red, I think, glitter. Yeah, blood red light glitter is the last color. Yep, I'm using the alpha. Apparently, a lot of people said it was good, so I figured to give it a shot. So yeah, so it tells you right here how much filament from each color. Like this is a pretty simple print. There really isn't much to it. All it is just 4 little, well, 9 because it is, but yeah. During the filament change, does the nozzle stay on the purge block or does it lift? I don't know. I'll let you know in a second. It stays on the purge block, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, it stays on the purge block. Now, I'm sure I could change the macro for the tool change to raise it up. That might be something to look into. But at this point, it does not do that. It's just sitting on the... Alpha 3 is great. I'm on Alpha 3. So I'm on Alpha 3, not Beta 1. What's the time difference between this and monocolor? I'll let you know. So if this was a, so this is over like what, 4.5 hours? If it was just printing this by itself, it's 1 hour and 7 minutes. So it's 4 times the print to do multicolor. MMU is not fast. You are losing so much time to the purge and the filament swap. That's one of the downsides with multi-material. You either design a system that can do tool changes. So yes, your swap between colors is faster, but you also have different tool heads. You have a lot more engineering into it. Or you use the same nozzle, but you have to purge out between each one and swap filaments each time. I think you're missing one screw in the housing of the hot end on the right side. I am. Neat. Good idea. Good point. I did that to see if you were paying attention. That's how I know you're paying attention. It's a test. You win a gold star, stranger. Weight optimization. Exactly, right? Everyone's chasing grams. I can't be using an LGX. I have to be using some extruder somebody designed that uses 6 grams of printed filament to hold it together. And if you sneeze at it, it cracks. Because we need to be chasing those grams. I will say, for a first print, the fact that I've made it this far compared to when I first tried playing with a Y splitter is, I'm quite happy. This is just a normal LGX. This isn't the LGX Lite. This is just a normal LGX. Wow, those 300 rapids are kind of shitty. And my PA values are actually probably a little too high. Anyone know how to turn off pressure advance mid-print? If somebody could paste me the G code to turn off pressure advance mid-print, that'd be great. Because my PA values with this extruder are a little too high right now. Set pressure advance equals 0. Okie dokie. Yeah, the infill there is getting a little spotty at the edges from a little too much pressure advance. It's okay. So now we got to go all the way back to filament 0. Come on, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. Oh, the motors are getting hot. Set bank balance equal 1000. Well, yeah. Depending on the motors, you may be able to run it faster. I am totally going to run it stock for now. Is there a cable cover? Hopefully there is. I need to do a cable cover. This is a little, yeah. Your load length might be just a hair high. I think if you have a blob or two in the purge, but not enough, it would drop it. Load length would be...
Your load
the purge looks
might
pretty
be just
clean.
A hair high. I think if you have a blob or two in the purge, but
My
not enough,
infill
I
is
would
definitely
stop
too
it.
fast, though. Yeah, it's doing like 7 millimeters a second. Why is it going so slow at this part? What is this part that makes it go like 8 millimeters a second? But Dustin, sorry, thanks for the 10. Sorry. Okay, now we're going to white. So white filament is having an issue with the it's a little stringy. So hopefully that doesn't become a major issue. Terrence M, $10. Thank you, appreciate it. I was watching all your Voron build live streams this weekend, building a 2.4. Thanks. Awesome to hear. What hot end? I am using a, this has a dragonfly in it.
Was watching all your Voron build live streams this weekend, building a 2.4. Thanks.
Oh, forming the tip is what it's doing when it's moving that slowly. Okay, that makes sense. And the switch wire print as fast as 2.4, though 0.1. Not really. It is a bed flinger. You can run it faster than a Prusa, but you're not going to be hitting V2 speeds. Random question. If a friend wanted to get into 3D printing from scratch and was wanting a Prusa, would an LDO switch wire kit be recommended or too complicated? depends on their budget. An LDO switch wire kit will run you back as much as a built Prusa Mark III. If they're just getting into printing, and depends on their skill level. If they don't want to build anything and they just want something they could take out of the box and print, get a Prusa Mini. Honestly, they really need to I like the Mark III, but I think the Mark III is getting too old to recommend at this point, considering whatever the Mark IV is. Hopefully they announce it at some point. But I just think a Prusa Mark III in this day and age is a little... You're buying something that's about to be depreciated and is quite old at this point in terms of hardware and tech. It's very good, but it's starting to show its age. The light speed, you can adjust the speed. It looks really slow to me. It is whatever default is. Again, I'm running pretty much everything, either what the manual recommended for actually setting up the Enraged Rabbit or what the slicer spit out as default settings. Pretty much we're just checking fit and function right now to make sure that this actually does swap filament fine, which slicer settings could use a little bit of tweaking, but it's doing filament changes fine. Cooling move speed. Okay, that's what it is. It's the speed of the first cooling move, 2.2 millimeters a second. Speed of the last cooling move, 3.4. So are these the values right here I need to bump up? And the cooling moves. But that also helps form the tip, which you need a really good tip. Otherwise, you're going to run into issues. ABS cooling speed. ABS doesn't need as much cooling. Yeah, the Prusa also is running a V6 that's choked for proper cooling because they like their Noctua fan. Oh, I can't wait to put my Revo in here. Yeah, I can't wait to put my Revo in here. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, I know if I bump them up too much, then the tip doesn't come out as clean and then we run into issues. Can you use an ERCF? You can use an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder on any printer running Marlin, or correction, Klipper. So if you want, if I really wanted to, I could attach it to this guy. But yeah, it is compatible with any printer running Klipper. The manual assumes an afterburner tool head. That's where all the values come from. But if you know how to determine those values yourself, depending on, you know, if you're running an Ender 3, for example, running Klipper, you can install this. So, why does the Z motor not seem happy? What do you mean the Z motor? There is no Z motor on this. There's XZ motors. Oh, the Y. I'm running it faster than I should because I forgot to drop the value, or I bumped it up too high. Yeah, the motors are running, I think they're running Stealth Chop on here, which Stealth Chop at 300 millimeters a second, the motors scream. I really should be running Spread Cycle, but too late now to change it. So I'm going to adjust the cooling tube position in here, just for my next print, because I'm going to have to do a bunch of testing with this over the week, obviously. We'll have another hot end to try soon. Received it this week. Nice. Is the LGX light to be for a lighter afterburner or more than mini afterburner? I have no idea. Whatever it gets designed into, basically. Yes, okay, so the design calls for a filament sensor after the extruder. That way it knows. The reason, somebody asked me why the filament sensor in the tool head is below the gears. So, you know, the gears in the LGX are like here and the sensor is like here. The reason for that is when you're feeding it in, if the sensor was above and you had a jam while it was feeding it into the hot end, you wouldn't know. By having the sensor below the extruder gears themselves, it detects that the filament has fed through the extruder and it's feeding fine into your hot end. That's why the sensor is down there. Now, if you don't have the sensor there, you still can run an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. You have to adjust the macros and basically remove all the lookups for that extruder or that sensor. But you technically can run it without it. You just have to basically tell it the values. So instead of it knowing when it gets down there, you just have to tell it what the value is, what it should, you know, how much it's got to extrude to get there, and kind of hope it never jams up. Because if this jams up, it tells you it jams up and you can fix it. Yeah, for some reason, Bondtech extruders lately seem to be complete drop-ins on vorons. First, the LGX drops right in without even having to change the filament path. Like, literally, for those that don't know, this is a completely stock front face shroud, and this is a completely stock carriage. The only thing that the LGX needs is this little adapter plate to actually mount the bloody thing, and the filament path lines up perfectly with an afterburner. Yeah, those 300mm travels on the Y are not fun. Yeah, and yeah, it's a lot of macros. Like, for example, so this is all the hardware specific stuff for an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. And here's all your software. So these are all your settings for like boat into sensor length, sensor to nozzle length, variable min, and then this right here, from here all the way down, these are all the macros that make it work. And if you notice, there's a lot of these percentage signs. That means this is basically a lot of Python code, because Klipper can understand Python code. So yeah. So you need to convert all this into RepRap if you want to use it on RepRap, for example. How did they do that? So I did speak with somebody who apparently knows somebody at Bondtech, and they designed it with popular tool heads in mind, was the term I got. So they looked at all the popular printers and tool heads and designed it to be as compatible with as many as possible. So. Yeah, Lance, you can do purge to infill. I'm not doing it on here because these are really small. There wouldn't be a lot of infill. And either I bump the infill up to the point where I might as well, I'm using the same amount of filament. So. Isn't collaborating? To my knowledge, I don't know. I can't say for or against anything, because to acknowledge or to disacknowledge would violate any agreements that may or may not exist in any perpetuity. I don't know. Lawyers speak. There's a boat or something I should be referencing. I don't know. Okay, we're going back to 1, it looks like. Yeah, no stoppages yet.
We can neither confirm
Misadventures in melting plastic 50. Thank you, appreciate it. We can neither confirm nor deny the existence of the information requested, but hypothetically, if such data were to exist, the subject matter would be classified and could not be disclosed. Boom, they are done. I knew Doc was watching. Glomar response. There you go. Oh yeah, all the cool people hang out in the Voron Discord now. Are we still, is the Voron Discord still bigger than the 3D printing Discord? What do we got? 20, last time I checked we had 23,000 members. Oh, and it's probably a little early, but celebratory wisers.
And congrats, Nero, on making the thing.
Because the stream is going good for once. So I'm just gonna roll with it. Deep Fried Hero IN, 1999. Thanks, appreciate it. Visibility for Ette, who wrote all the crazy code, and congrats, Nero, on making the thingy. The thingy does the thingy. We are gonna do a stream next week where we're just gonna print something. We're just gonna go start off the stream printing, and we're just gonna do a print and chill stream. So that will be the last Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder dedicated stream. We'll move on to other stuff after that. But yes, for those that don't know, this is pretty much, if you're on the Voron Discord, Ette, E-T-T-E, he's now, he is on the Voron team now and whatnot. This is his thing. This is all him. He created this, and then we saw this and went, that's awesome, you're on the Voron team now. So this is his baby. This is all him. So he deserves all the credit in the world for designing this thing and doing all the macros and everything. So, yeah. Don't jinx it. Cheers. JP Gray 87, member for 12. It's been a year already since I set that up. Would you make one GF nylon stick to PI? Glue stick. I use a Elmer's glue stick, a white or is it? Whenever I'm printing nylon on PI, I use a glue stick. The Voron Discord has 26,597 members. Jeez. Multiple Christmas trees in different colors. I could do that. Actually, what I do want to try, while that's printing, we'll let that print. Let me download a model. Nope. Didn't use a glue stick on PA12CF, Phil, just straight on clean PI. I used a glue stick. I played it safe. I didn't want it bonding to it. So this is kind of why I wanted to get the 2.4 beta. What you can do is you can paint. So you can paint like his body different colors and whatnot. Bigger brush. And whatnot, and then when you slice it, it'll probably take a moment for it to figure that out. So the white filament is a stringy filament. White is stringy. And for some reason, it changed up my colors. For some reason, it did white over the blue. Blue over the white. What the heck is going on here? Is it rotating colors? Stream dying? Shouldn't be dying. Oh, something's going on here. Okay, we have an issue. We have an issue going on here. It is rotating my colors. It's I drank too soon. Well, this is a slicer issue. This isn't a carrot feeder issue, so I don't care. It is rotating them all one to the left. Or to the right. So it's skipping. Something didn't unload. No, it unloaded. It unloaded. It just didn't, instead of going to tool 5, it went back to tool 0. What is going on? Could be an unload issue. If there was an issue with it unloading, it should have thrown an error. We're gonna let it finish. You can ERCF pause, ERCF home, load proper channel, then resume. No, I want to see if it keeps doing this. I want to see if on the next layer it shifts again. Because I want to figure out why it's rotating. So right now it'll load the next one. Did I remove the pull-up? Does it have a run-out feature? Where does it keep pulling if there's a jam? There's an encoder in the toolhead. In here, there's an encoder. So if the filament's not moving, it knows it's not moving. Okay. Yep. So right now, the ERCF has detected an issue and the ERCF has paused. When the infected ERCF unlock. So what is the issue that we are getting? So that toolhead is up. Oh, that jammed. So trim that. Pull it out a bit. Down. ERCF unlock. What is the ERCF resume command? Endless spool mode. Oh, just type resume. Resume. Okay, so there's no filament in the tool head, so it's, yeah, something's fucked up now. Now it's screwed up. because it's got no filament. So, what's it gonna do now? Oh, I should have called out T0. Yeah. So now we have a proper. You need to load. Yep, I should have loaded the proper channel. So we're gonna have a layer without a. Yeah, it's okay. Right now we're pretty much putting hours on it. Pay my $20 back. Actually, 1 second here. Pause. I need to rehome the Enraged rabbit. I forgot to do that. So pause that. ERCF home. Okay. Resume. So why are we trying to figure out? We're trying to figure out now why it's doing this thing, where it decided to start shifting everything one to the left or to the right. Yeah, okay, so now you're selecting red. Okay, now it's printing red on red. So are we back on the right order now? YouTube is not receiving enough. What do you mean you're not receiving enough? Stream health. You're loading 6,000. It's working. Macro fixing issues are really well done though. It involves unlock, fix the issue, ERCF home, then T0, whatever channel, and resume. Okay, yeah. Likely the bad tip blocked the selector and it loaded the same channel it was trying to unload. Ah, potentially. Oh, so you're thinking it shifted? No, because it went back to T0. Which if it shifted... I don't know. We'll find out here in a minute. So change tool T5. So it's calling change tool T5. So is that saying change from tool T5? Or change to T5? Because right now I'm in tool 5. Well, actually it's tool 6. But it's tool 5. Because Prusa Slicer works from extruder 1, but it should be T0. Yeah, it starts at T0. I gotta look at the G code. Okay, so change tool T0. Okay, so it's unloading that. And then I should go to T0 and feed blue. Okay. We're back on track now. Yeah, maybe it jammed up at some point and I didn't notice that it decided to skip a whole cartridge change. Yeah, it's back on track. That's odd. Oh well. It is what it is. You mean to tell me something this simple isn't going to be perfect the very first attempt? Exactly. The fact that I haven't had an actual hard jam yet is surprising. But I do like the fact that it tells you there's a jam and stops and you can just go rectify it. Okay. Blue was my problem filament. It seems to be okay right now. Caught all the jams today. I call my printer Bob Marley because it keeps jamming. Yeah. Is that a Revo? No, this is just a Dragonfly. I want to put my Revo in here, but I only have one, obviously, and it's in V226 right now. Is there a code for an error to send a push notification to your phone? No. I don't know. Oh, speaking of push notifications, this has been my, I'm building an Enraged server for my house right now. So I don't have to keep using thumb drives to move stuff between computers, and I can actually edit from a centralized storage location. So I've got like old hardware right here that I've been testing stuff with for the past couple days, just to kind of get used to Enraged because I've never used it before. So. Enraged is Bay. So yeah, so I'm hoping, I don't know what kind of printer specific stuff I can use Enraged for. But I do want to set up like home secure. I want to do like a home security system with Raspberry Pis and whatnot, have that load to the Enraged. I want to put all my slicer settings on the Enraged server so that all my computers can fucking grab it off there instead of having to have different setups on different computers. Enraged for movie, yeah, I'll put Plex on it, but the main thing is I want to be able to edit from it, like have everything in one location. Is parity still limited to 2 drives? I don't know. I'm only gonna, wow, this thing sucks. Somebody who is a fan of the channel is kind of hooking me up with some hardware, or at least some hard drives, to kind of get me started. I'm not a power user. I just need, you know, enough for some stuff for now. Run Docker, Kiao, have a Klipper hub. 46 terabytes spread across 18 drives. You can load Raspberry OS on and run a virtual machine. So that means you could run Pi-hole off of it. Ben! You're awesome, Ben. Today was finding all the random fans that I could put in there to shove in there so it has proper cooling. So it's getting shoved under the stairs. Unify and protect for security. I know it's overpriced, but it works. See, Pi-hole for sure. Awesome. See, what I want to do is just get a bunch of cheap and inexpensive IP webcams, like the ones that just connect to your home networks, like ESP32s and whatnot, and just throw them up everywhere and just have everything record to the hard drive. Just record, like, you know, the past month's worth of data or whatever. Space Invader 1. I've heard that name a bunch already. The moment I say Unraid, somebody's like, oh, you gotta follow the Space Invader guy. Ben, whatever you wish to donate, I will greatly appreciate. I played with Plex for a bit today, and I like it. Can you run Klipper with just a Raspberry Pi? So technically, you can. So the issue is, let me grab some Raspberry Pis, because I have a whole whack load of them here. So, on Raspberry Pis, you have your 40-pin GPIO, right? So you can use some of those pins as assignments. You can run hardware off this. You can run drivers off of a Raspberry Pi. Obviously, you got to feed them like 12 or 24 volts separately or whatnot, but you could control them off here. And there is benchmarks for running drivers off of the Raspberry Pi MCU. Whenever you do a Klipper accelerometer, when you're installing your accelerometer, let me grab it here. When you do the part of the install for your ADXL45 and you're plugging it into the Raspberry Pi, part of that step is assigning the MCU on here as a MCU in Klipper. The problem is enough pins. You are limited to the amount of pins available on the Raspberry Pi. There is not enough to run a full printer, I believe. I think you can, I don't know the exact number, but basically you're GPI limited, okay? And this is also something. So I've got 2 Pi Zeros now. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this, but I bought a Pi Pico. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I have one now. And let me pull focus a bit. So I'm in focus a bit better. There we go. So yeah, so I have a Pi Pico now. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I have one. Okay, so what color are we at now? Black. So yeah, so I've got like 2 Pi 2s now, 2 Pi 02s. I've got, how many Pi Zeros do I have? 2 Pi Zeros and a Pi 4 just kind of free right now. It's got a built-in temperature sensor. I've been thinking, I've seen one online. It's a thing, it's like it's a room air quality sensor. Pico is great for temperature sensor. So I'm tempted, I might do like a room temperature sensor that measures like humidity, particulates, and whatnot. Frigate is what I'm going to use for my home camera system. Okay, yeah. I got to look into all that. Like, I'm still very wet behind the ears when it comes to Unraid. So yeah, it's working. $10 for the Unraid server. It's right there. It just needs hard drives. They only got a 1 terabyte hard drive in it right now, which for an Unraid server is absolutely nothing. But I was playing around. I basically set it up with existing hardware. It's got an old like Xeon X5450 in it. And 8 gigs of DDR2 RAM. but it is fast enough that I can load my 4K video files onto it, access them on my computer upstairs running Resolve, and actually like edit from everything being stored on there, which is what I really want. The Pi Pico can make a damn good SKR Mini E3. Well, I have, and the Seed guys keep yelling at me to do something with it because they sent it to me. But I'm like, you sent me a controller board and I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know. I have this guy. It's the Seed Xiao RP 2040. So I got this guy. So it's got the same processor as the Pico, and it's got a little USB-C, and yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but I've got it. I also recommend SSC cache. Yes, I do have my benevolent benefactor of computer hardware. I've got some Dell 1.6 terabyte SSDs. So, yes. The problem is, in Canada, hard drives are bloody expensive. Like, I seen a thing where it's like Best Buy had like 14 terabyte hard drives that you could shuck for relatively cheap, but up here they're like $600. How long does it take to convert Marlin to Klipper? As quick as you can watch my tutorial video on how to install Klipper. I think this is the one that's going to screw up because it doesn't have green in it. Oh well. Have y'all talked about the Hot End Vector 3D show today?
Have y'all talked about the Hot End Vector 3D show today?
This hot end needs 0 tools to assemble. So let me take a look at this. Okay. So it's all like friction fit and press fit, and it's still using old tech with the, I'll take my Revo. That's cool. Don't get me wrong, that's cool. But I take a Revo over that. Because the Revo has all, that just makes it easier to assemble. How often are you fully disassembling your hot end? The nozzle change is the big thing, in my opinion. Isn't that the same controller? No, the Easy Board uses the older seat. It uses a, I don't know which one. I think it's an S. Let me pull it up here. Hardware. The Seed uses a SAM 21G. Yeah, the Seed uses a SAM 21G. Or Intel, not Dell. Yeah, sorry. Bought $5,300 worth of drives for marketing at work the other day. Oof. Can you market them to my front door? I will appreciate it. High Flow Revo. They're working on it. Oh, we're on infill finally. Allegedly. Yes, allegedly. They're allegedly working on everything. Of course, like, watch my, if you haven't had the chance, watch my interview with Sanjay, where we end up talking about the mounting options, and he's like, we'd be dumb not to make a heatsink that's compatible for the Ender 3. They'd be dumb to not make a high flow variant. They'd be dumb not to make a hardened nozzle variant. They are a company. Companies like money. Of course they're going to make things that sell. Oh, I need to get a UPS for it now, too. Crud. Yeah, I gotta get a UPS for it now. Somebody mentioned UPS. Thanks for mentioning UPS to remind me to buy a UPS for it. I had 2 failed drives in my Unraid server for a few months. I really should change those out before the 3rd one fails. Aren't you? If you have 2 parity, you can only afford to lose 2. If you lose a 3, you lose it all. Use the Pi Pico with a heat pad to make a filament drying enclosure. The thing is, for those concerned about like filament in my room, that's how I store my filament. It's just on a shelf on the wall. My humidity in my room is actually quite low in the basement here, and it's relatively dry. I live in, central Canada, central southern Canada. So, I never dry my filaments. Do you need multiple accelerometers for input shaper? No, you can use one. You just have to run it. If you need to like have one on your tool head and one on the bed, you just run the input shaper for the X, then you take it off, mount it to your bed, and then run the input shaper for the Y. And by the way, I don't know where it's at. I've seen a picture of it. But for mounting it to the bed, I've seen people print a holder directly on the bed and then screw it to the holder that's still attached to the bed. That way you don't have to mount it. You don't have to screw it down. You could just print in the middle of your bed a mount for it and then just screw it to the mount that's still attached to your bed and just leave it on. E3D already delivered them to Creality. Oh, I believe it. I'm sure there's quite a few OEMs all hankering for it. Do we shift again? Change tool T2. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. I should be able to pick up a 14 terabyte easy store for... Yeah, I could. We'll have to see. I'm just happy this is working. I have a voron 1.8 frame and I'm building a Trident specifically to print PLA without an enclosure. What do I have to do to the frame? If you go on the voron website, there's a tool configurator. You can input that you're building a Trident using a 1.8 frame, and I think it'll spit out the extra parts you need. Because you are going to have to do a few changes to the frame. Which part is the purge tower? The big block at the back. It's in the Trident guide. Okay, there you go. Yeah, let's see what's on Best Buy Canada, and we can all cry about how bad Canadian pricing is. Black Friday month. They don't even do Black Friday anymore in Canada. They just do Black Friday month. Okay, so right now they have a 10 terabyte Seagate for $219. But who knows what's in it. I could buy a 1 terabyte Seagate for $106. Yay, Canada. What brand of shelf are you using for the filament storage? I built it. It's 2 2x10s with a bunch of 3/4 inch dowels through it. I think I spent like $40 on it altogether. And most of that was because I bought more than I needed in terms of dowels. Do I have a Memory Express? I live in Canada. I ain't got nothing. Ooh. I can send you that 1 terabyte for secret. I have a stack of them. I already have a 1 terabyte. I think you plan on sending me something better than that. I can only hold 6 drives in that thing, and I'm gonna use 1 for parity and 1 for the SSD, so 4 drives, and then I'll grab like a 4 terabyte or whatever to use as a parity. 14 terabyte Easy Store. Okay, right now an 8 terabyte Easy Store in Canada is $199. A 14 terabyte Easy Store in Canada is $400. So let's see here. Where's my US monies to Canadian monies? USD to CAD. So $3.99 Canadian is $3.20 US. Filament's rat nest is giving me anxiety. Me too. Me too. Rep box is on the way, though. The rep box is on the way. Canon computers. I've never ordered from them. I've heard hit and miss things about them. Normally in Canada, I either order from Amazon. Ooh, wrong button. I either order from Amazon or Newegg is usually my go-tos. Yeah, I live in Southern Ontario, so I don't have all the options for, I got nothing for local. Has it stopped? No, it's going. Points out I haven't hit mute yet. We're rolling the dice there. South Detroit, exactly. I would say born and raised, but I wasn't born here, so I can't say I was born and raised in South Detroit. Because, for those that don't know, look at Detroit on a map. There is no South Detroit. What thermistor and heater cartridge? In here, it's a Beta 3950 thermistor. I think a TL one, I don't know. And a random 50 watt heater cartridge. I think a TL, I'm not 100% sure. I thought you were going to say gravity-based rewinders. Repbox can't do gravity-based. So my plan, I'm hoping this works, and I'm kind of proving it out here with my Nero's Nest filament distribution and feeding system, is I'm doing what I like to call a friction buffer. Okay, so the plan is have the rep box mounted up and have some of these 1.9 or like the tight Bowden tubes feeding out of the rep box. And then the Bowden tubes that will feed into the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder will be the 2mm or the 3mm ID stuff. So it's all nice and loosey-goosey. So that way, when it retracts the filament out, instead of it pulling filament out of the rep box, it'll just kind of pull down. because I have the advantage of having it on a switch wire here. This Bowden run is a lot shorter than the Bowden runs on a lot of the Vorons. It's only like 400 millimeters. So I'm not retracting out as much as the other Vorons, and I can actually shorten this if I wanted to. And I'm hoping I can just, you know, let me load up my Paint app here. So the plan is the filament comes out of the rep box thicker brush. Comes out of the rep box and goes into the ERCF, okay? The plan is when it backs it out, I want it to basically do this and just kind of hang there in the buffer. So I'm gonna have a tighter PTFE tube here so that it kind of moves to the least resistance of just kind of flopping down instead of getting all detangled in the rep box. That is kind of my plan. You don't have to have the filament sensor in the tool head, but it helps a lot. Otherwise, it's just kind of guesstimating everything. How would you run the Rabbit on an orbiter? You would need the Galileo. You would need to use a Galileo, basically. Will you try a colored litho paint? Sure, I'll give it a shot. Okay, so the rep box has a rewinder. The problem is the rewinder is bulky. You only fit 5 spools. The rep box holds 6. You lose a spool of filament. And this is a 6-unit feeder, so I want to use all 6. If it doesn't work, then I'll print the rewinders for it. Do you actually have trains running at midnight? Actually we do. Not a lot of trains, but there are trains. Put washers on the filament to make it hang. Honestly, that's probably not a bad idea. You just have to make sure, because right now, like, the problem is what color are we on? We're on, okay, I can do that. So right now, the problem is this filament here comes out. There's the only thing holding this filament in here is friction. Okay, so I can't have too much weight. Otherwise, it would just kind of drop out, and I don't want it to drop out. This is looking really messy. Oh God, all that filament. That is so sketchy. See, the carrot patch is great. The problem is I don't have the room for it because the Ender 3 that has been delayed forever, one day I'll finish it, that's coming out of that corner. This guy is going to sit in the corner. The rep box is going to go on the wall. Probably that wall. I think I'm going to go on. So I'm thinking for the rep box, I'm going to put it on that wall here, I'm hoping. And then feed down to the printer there. I'm hoping I still have enough room here. I want to put like a TV or a monitor on the wall here. We'll see how much room I have after. Maybe I'll put a monitor up and hook a Raspberry Pi Zero to it and have it like stream chat or something if I could do that. It's not patent pending, it's trademarked. And if you try to sell it yourself, I'll sue you. I know you say your print area is pretty dry, but if you have some wet filament, how do you dry it? I have a, where is it at? Oh, I got it buried back there. I do have a dehydrator. I just bought a cheap dehydrator that I throw spools in. So I have the air vac system, or airlock system. The bags. So like stuff like nylon and like other plastics that are hygroscopic, I do vacuum seal and dry, but like my PLA, my ABS, that stuff I leave out. I don't worry about PETG because I don't use PETG. Did it rotate colors again? Nope, it has not. We're doing good. It hasn't rotated colors, so I think it did jam up maybe, or something happened. Something happened that caused it to skip a tool change. My 6-year-old daughter just dropped the Nintendo Switch down the toilet. Ooh. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Was she playing Mario? Was she trying to return the Switch to Mario? Ugh. Yep, take it apart, flush it with ISO. Hopefully it was off. I think they come apart relatively easily, I think. I'm not 100% certain. That sucks. Oof. That sucks. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. My kid has dropped many a print. I've lost quite a few prints that I liked over the years, or the past like 3 years, from my son dropping them. But he hasn't, flushed a Switch down the toilet yet. I know that day is coming, though. Flush the toilet with ISO. Yeah, you gotta clean it all. Oh, that's why. Oh my god. How the heck are you this screwed up? Okay. My orange is completely wrapped around the entire system. Let me fix this. The patented Nero's Nest filament holding and feeding stick is a little temperamental right now. There we go. All good. Somehow it wrapped around the rest of the filaments. I don't know how it did that. That will be fixed. Yeah, I know. I have all the stuff printed for it. The Briar patch. I didn't need a name for my server. It's funny. So, this has been my day. I watched like one video on Unraid, and all of a sudden, YouTube's like, oh, you're building an Unraid server. Here's all the videos about servers. So I watched like, I don't know, like 20-something videos on all this random stuff today. And then it started feeding me Linus Tech Tip videos of his servers. And like when Wannick died and stuff. And every now and then it like, when YouTube feeds you a Linus Tech Tip video pre-Linus Beard, it's like, ooh. It's trademarked. Frank is a good server name. Do I have a suggestion for filament sensors? filament sensor just an end stop. I don't run filament sensors on any. In fact, this is the first printer I have that has filament sensors. I've never run one. Yeah, it's never been something I've worried about. Mortimer. Well, it's like my home network. Like, I had to rename my home network, and honestly, I probably should have renamed it a while ago because it was just my last name. But it's like I want to rename it something cool, but I want to also name it something simple because I got to type it in for SSIDs all the time for the pies and whatnot. If you aren't running an ERCF, I swear by the Triangle Labs filament sensors. I have one. I've heard it's good. I think Linus got tired of people asking him when his balls dropped, so he grew a beard. One second here. Okay, Linus is only 2 years older than me. So, like, I can't comment on that. Like, the guy is one of the premier tech YouTubers. Like, he's figured out the system. Like, he employs like 30-something people. Jeez. Google's Linus balls. Don't do that. What's really freaky is when you have people on the Linus Tech Tip team follow you on Twitter. And you're like, oh my god. That guy, I've seen that guy on a Linus video, on a Tech Tip video. Oh my god. But then again, we have David show up, and David, for those that don't know, is Neil Patrick Harris's filament supplier. So he's the most famous guy here right now. Does the switch wire rely on sensorless homing? You can configure it. In fact, the LDO kit, I think, is spec with sensorless homing on the Y. On the X and the, well, the Z is a probe, but you can do it on the X, technically, but Core XY systems and sensorless homing is a little funky. So I prefer a 10-cent micro switch. Ordered a 70K truck beginning of October. I won't be produced for a year since I picked up a package that's now late availability. Oof. I want to get a Maverick, a Ford Maverick. I want to get a base model XLT Ford Maverick with the hybrid motor, the hybrid engine, because they don't make an electric version. That runs about, I want to say it's about 28,000 Canadian, which is, you know, Canada tax is really cheap. And I want a little truck. Can't wait for those to come out. The problem is they won't be available till like mid next year because there's a waiting list. Oh yeah, that's right. Today, who was it? It was Riley's basement and or Chris's basement. Chris's basement and David built switch wires today on stream. I missed that. Saturday's like family day for me, so during the day I'm out with the family and whatnot. You can get me X-Plan. Will that work across border? The basic Maverick looks better than a Max 10. Honestly, I hate chrome. As somebody who works in the plastic industry, 90% of chrome on cars is plastic anyway. It's just chromed. Yeah, this is what I want. Basically, yay Canada. No, I'm not going to put in my postal code. Fine. 1 second. Base model hybrid engine, because I literally need a truck for like the 2 days a year when I need to move something that doesn't fit in my Focus. And it's 40 miles per gallon. Base model. That's all I want. This. Done. Ship it. No bells and whistles. I did that with my Focus. 10 years ago when I bought my Focus, I got all the bells and whistles because it was the first car I ever bought. And I bought it new. And it was like, I'm going to get on. All the bells and whistles. Guess what? Complete waste of money. I drive 5 minutes to work. Sat nav, garbage. Use your phone. Satellite radio, garbage. Use your phone. Look up the Santa Cruz. The Santa Cruz starts at like 38,000 Canadian. So this right here is 28,000 plus tax. Okay. So it's 28,000 plus tax. The Santa Cruz starts at 38,000. And it looks too, Like, I don't mind the look, but that just, I don't know. I like the Maverick. The Rivian. Yeah, the Rivian, if you want to buy a truck from a manufacturer that can make 1 truck a day. Because last I checked, or last I heard, that's how many they're able to produce. My company did a bunch of molds for them. Watched a malicious compliance video about my workplace. Maybe. Just watched the Loyal Moses streams. He has given away like 5 Ford F450s. I've interacted with Moses on Twitter, and he has popped up on my stream before. And I've popped into his stream when I get a chance. He's a cool dude. He's a rancher. He does his thing. Gives away a lot of Prusa minis. That's always good. Fixed or repaired daily. Viking Cat, like I'm a member of like a local like car spotter group, and the animosity, like oh man, that's old. That's boomer humor. Fixed or repaired daily. It's like everyone hates everyone else's vehicle. Buy the vehicle that you can like in the price you like with the features you like. It's like a printer. F-150 Lightning. It does look nice, but the problem is it's going to be stupid expensive. The Gladiator. Ugh, the Gladiator. Okay. My first car was a used Ford Explorer Sport Track, a 2001 Explorer Sport Track. I can't stand the Gladiator. See you, Doc. I have an old F-150 made with steel. Honestly, give me the aluminum one. It doesn't rust. And the frame's still steel. Honestly, if I could, I'd get a car that was all plastic. I don't get this whole, oh, my truck's steel. If I hit something, it doesn't break. Yeah, but I'd rather have a crumple zone. I'd rather have a vehicle that doesn't rust. I'd rather have a vehicle that's low maintenance. That's why I want an electric, because an electric, you don't have to do oil changes, you don't have to worry about transmission oil, it's an electric motor, there's nothing to it. First car was an 84 Fiero. My mom, the first car I remember, my mom had a Firefly. A stick shift Firefly. Yeah, 5 people in that, including 2 car seats when I was a kid. Oof. Ford Maverick fits system? I don't know what that is. I don't know. You gotta understand, like, majority of people, like, most people who have a truck don't use it as a truck. They use it as a car that moves themselves by themselves with nothing 90% of the time. Occasionally they have passengers, and occasionally you have to put something in the bed. Oh, the 3D printing. Yes, I know about that. Like, I've sat in one. They had one in the lot that I kind of took a look at. And there's like, it's a very Spartan interior. It's a very basic interior, which I like. As somebody with a small child, the more plastic, the less stuff that gets stained or damaged. T-Jat. What the heck's T-Jat? I use it as a truck. Well, Joe, there are people that use trucks as trucks, don't get me wrong, but like I work in a tool shop. The majority of like the trucks I see in the parking lot are kids that are spending $600-700 a month on payments for a car because they live at home and they don't understand the concept of saving. And they bought a Dodge Ram Rebel that they don't use for anything other than driving themselves to work and back and putting lots of cheap bolt-ons on. Four-door truck that yeah, kid transport, exactly. Change the subject, but I wanted to sand my PI with anode grit and prints now stick. Thanks for the advice. There you go, man. It needs something to bite into it. Yes, plastic sticks to PI when it's warm, but when you also have something that can, a surface that it can bite into, just be careful, don't over smush it because you can fuse it now if you go too crazy on the first layer. Travel round trip 15 miles a day in a semi-suburban setting. I do miss my truck. That's pretty much my situation. I started with the Sport Track, which it's a Ford. It was a 2001 Sport Track, so it's a Ford Explorer with a 4-foot truck bed, right? And I lived at home. At the time, I worked an insurance job that I drove halfway across the city, and it had a 4-liter V6, and it was garbage on gas. So when I bought the Focus, I bought it brand new, and then, you know what? Half my car payment I didn't even pay because I was saving that much on gas going to the Focus from the Explorer. But now I live close to work. I have a house. I have a family. It's like, oh, I need to go pick up, you know, a dishwasher or whatever. Like, you know, not having a truck sucks now. A deuce and a half. Well, yeah, if you want to like own the road. Your truck bed would be a double as a filament storage. Broomstick across the tailgate. Exactly. Why do you think you get the long antenna? You stack those spools on it. Okay, it's taking longer to do the filament change than it is to print the individual colors now. But it's working. It's not doing the jam anymore, so. Unless gas is $4 a gallon. So for everyone complaining about gas right now, remember, it was more adjusted for inflation. Gas was more expensive in, was it 2006 to 2008? If I remember around, was it 2006 to 2008, gas was $1.30 a liter here in Canada. Now it's back to, it's like $1.40, $1.45 a liter. And it's 12 years later with inflation. So gas was still more expensive pre-2008 economic collapse. Ooh, that's a bad retract. North Americans. Oh, I know. It's so much more expensive in Europe because I work in a tool shop, so I have a lot of the anti-liberal government type peoples that I work with. And I won't say my political affiliation because if you don't narrow it down to one group, everyone has a spectrum of things they agree and disagree with. But I love when it's like, oh, it's the government's fault. I'm like, yes, it's the government's fault in our country that gas prices worldwide are high right now. It's that one guy who has a tax on it that's affecting the entire world. Yep. Yep. $2 US per liter. Yeah, right now, I put some in the tank today. It was $1.47 a liter in Canada. But we get the gas out of the ground up here. Yeah, our gas is all oil sands up here in Canada. All our oil is oil sands. Stupid expensive to get out of the ground. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the stream to figure out how it managed to skip that one shift one to the left there. $2.20 a liter in New Zealand. Oof. Well, the gas the equivalent to $4.30 US a liter. Oof. Yeah, that's another reason I want to get an electric. Problem is, there's still no really cheap electric vehicles. There we go. How much are you paying for power in Canada? I don't know. I pay... I'm an outlier. I have 3D printers that, you know, have 500 watt heaters that run every now and then. I also have 3 or 4 full desktops that are online all the time in my household. I pay, depending on the month, 100 to 150 a month in power. Depends on, you know, more in the summer when the AC is on. Voron SUV. Yep, it's all aluminum extrusions. Rise up against the unlike button. Yes. So for those that don't know, YouTube got rid of the count for the dislike. It's still there. So to combat that, you should all like the smash button, because the smash button is obviously superior to the dislike. Get a RAV4 plugin. Honestly, I wish they did the Maverick hybrid, but I understand. I guarantee you they're not doing a Maverick plug-in hybrid or an electric, because that would cannibalize sales of the F-150 Lightning. I guarantee you that's why. Do I have solar? I do not have solar. I wish I could. I live in Ontario. The Ontario government is a conservative government. In Canada, the provinces have a lot of power compared to in the US when it comes to like states power. So a lot of like things fall under provincial powers. So anyways, Ontario has a conservative government. There is no incentives for solar. There's no incentives for electric vehicles. There's no incentives for a lot of green stuff. So it's kind of hard to justify solar when you're paying full ticket price for it. And also my house faces north-south and my peak is like this. So if I were to put solar on my roof, half of it would only get half of the sun for half the day. So it wouldn't be that efficient, unfortunately. Buy one of those janky electric vehicles. Yeah, I'll get a Chang-Li. I would love to. The problem is they're not road legal, and I live in a subdivision. So everyone who buys one has like a farm or like an acreage where they're bombing around in, or they live in like Hawaii where nobody cares. I live in a subdivision. There's houses everywhere around me. So I can't go buy a Chinese electric vehicle and go bombing down the road. I'd get ticketed, probably. Advice on how to use the switch wire using S42B motors. If I add X micro switch, I've just redesigned. What are the S42B motors? I've just redesigned the brackets so the 2020 rail is removed and part fan mounted to the rail. And what? I would need a what? A picture might help. Solar not worth it unless it's subsidized. I live further south than Joel, 3D printer nerd. He just outfitted his house with solar and he's doing pretty well, but it's subsidized, right? So a lot of the cost was offset. What is the cheapest electric vehicle? Leaf. But the problem with the Leaf is it's kind of old tech. Like, I would not buy a Leaf. And then I think the Bolt, the Chevy Bolt, had a recall on it. So let's see, cheapest electric vehicles in Canada. So you got the Hyundai Ioniq, that's 41,000. The Hyundai Kona, that is 45,000. The Kia Niro, oh hello there, 45,000. Kia Soul is 42,000. The Golf is 37,000. The Leaf is 44,000. Bolt is 45. i3 is 45. The electric Mini Cooper is 40. And the Model 3 is 53. So yeah, you're looking 40 to 50. You know what? I know a few people that have Hyundais. They actually like them, and they come with really good warranties. They're not as cheap as they used to be. They've definitely improved lately. Yeah, so you can get an Ioniq plug-in hybrid for $32,000. Problem is, I want my truck bed. I wish Ford did the Maverick as a plug-in hybrid. I would love that. My brother has a, I can't remember if he bought a Hyundai or a Kia, the mid-size SUV, and he loves it. Electric Honda Civic. Honda seems to be, I think, isn't Honda the one that went all in with hydrogen, which isn't panning out? Or was that Toyota? I can't remember. Polestars, those don't exist in North America, or at least Canada. Ford tends to do things in 3-year model cycles. I know. The shop I work for does a lot of automotive tooling. So yeah, it's usually for Ford and most of the big three, it's every 6 years you get a refresh. But midway through the 6-year point, so at the 3-year point, you get a facelift. So a car will come out. 3 years later, there'll be a facelift on the car, and then 3 years after that, you have a revision of the car. A Polestar. What is a Polestar? I remember watching that on Top Gear, I think. Was it Top Gear? I can't remember. Polestar. Electric vehicle. Polestar is completely new. Oh, it's Volvo. Okay. So let's try Volvo Canada. Volvo Canada. Hi, welcome to the printing stream where we talk about electric vehicles. So, electric. This is all Volvo Canada has. No Polestar. Yay, Canada. Diminished market. But we got ketchup chips, so and proper Smarties with chocolate. Hello from Costa Rica. Hello from Canada. Our countries start with a C. The gas Volvo XC40 for the wife. It's great. They have an electric one now. My Ford is a Volvo. It's like the, what was it? The Mazda Tribute was an Explorer. Or Escape. Right now we have a Focus. I have my Focus. It's a 2012. It's starting to rust apart. But it's an old Ford. What do you expect? My wife has an Escape. We love it. It's a 2017. It's got the 1.5 liter turbo. It's great. I don't know. Back to 3D topics. Yeah, so how are we going to print electric vehicles, guys? Nuclear is too capital intensive. Every nuclear project ends up delayed, mismanaged, and over budget. Problem is, nuclear is awesome. It's like the best source of fuel we have right now. It's just everyone's scared because Chernobyl. So it's chooching along pretty good right now. One piece at a time. Start 3D printing batteries. There we go. Got to buy some 18650s. I think I have 2 for my failure of a drone investment. What time is it anyways? It's almost 11. Fusion is coming. Fusion has been coming for my entire life. One day we'll have fusion power. So it's funny. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but like, so I listen to stream beats, obviously during streams. If you watch a lot of YouTube, you start noticing these songs all the time now. Like you pick up the songs that you hear all the time and all this. My intro song, I remember my intro song is I got a remix of a YouTube song. So my intro song that you hear at the beginning of all my streams and at the end, and my videos too, that is actually a YouTube library song that I paid somebody on Fiverr. They did a really good job. They made a custom remix of it that's like all synthwave and whatnot. But every now and then I hear the original version in a YouTube video, like just a random YouTube video, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's my song. Ford Fusion support. I like the Fusion. I think they discontinued it though. There's no, like, Ford doesn't make any cars, I think. Harris Heller makes a metric shit ton. I've followed Harris for a while. So a lot of the reason, like when I started streaming, I watched a ton of his stuff, and the dude was smart. He saw the market for dedicated music for streaming, and he capitalized on that, and I have no qualms about it. The dude played it smart, played it right, and he's making bank off of it, and good on him. Because the Spotify playlist, he is making a killing off of the revenue from that, and good for him. Because he's not doing anything evil with it. He's just, hey, here's some free music, and I just get royalties from it, from you listening to it. That doesn't affect me at all, and the music's pretty good. So yeah, shout out to Harris Heller. Follow him if you want, you know, tips on how to stream better. Although the downside was, and this was my big problem, when I started streaming, right? So for those that don't know, I've been streaming now for 2 years in April. Wow. When I started out, it was just this camera by itself with the built-in mic, and now I have, you know, several cameras. I'm running a lav, you know, production values. The problem is I had to figure out a lot of this stuff on my own, because every single thing you look up is based around somebody sitting there in front of their computer playing Call of Duty, streaming to Twitch. So I've had to like take everything that you see on the stream advice and like tweak everything, because it's not really based for this kind of setup. The low light webcam streams in bad audio. Oh God. So we are at right now, I think 80 playlists. So if I haven't screwed it up, I key all my streams are live streams. Right now we are sitting at 82 live streams. Let me double check your content, because in case I didn't flag one correctly. Filter, visibility, public. Because there's some live streams I don't have public. 90. I have done 90 live streams in the past year and a half. Yeah. 90 live streams in the past year and a half. I apparently haven't flagged about 8 of them, and I'm not going to go dig through and figure out which one I didn't flag correctly. But I have done 90 live streams in the past year and a half. Nice. Checking out the OnlyFans. Why to go to OnlyFans when you go to OnlyBenchies? One weekend stream. Oh yeah, there's probably a few that I forgot to flag, especially back in the beginning, back before I figured out upload defaults and whatnot. But yeah, there were quite a few live streams from the early days where they were quite bad. It was the 2.4 series, right? Live streams. Let's see here. Cheers to 90, keep it up. We got to do something cool for 100. And thank you for the 15, I appreciate it. Yeah, here,
Cheers
live
to
stream
90.
number
Keep
1.
it up.
Oh my god. V2.2, teardown and live QA. So, live stream number 1, May 2nd, 2020. So this was right when COVID hit. Like, let me pause the music here.
Plastic will just ooze off and drag over. If you look at the video I put up yesterday of trying to print the AV motor modules parts at what was it, 300 millimeters a second, it looks like garbage because every time it does one of those drastic, you know, this company that makes rails recommends this grease, and this company that makes rails recommends this grease.
Yeah.
Printer.
The old room, back when I was in the other room.
Basement, just throw some grease on it.
Oh my god.
I know, Paul.
Those were bad. Those were bad. Ye oldie days. I need to redo it because my V2.4 series is all recorded like that. Glad I got a haircut since then. Get Neil Patrick Harris on stream. I need to get Joel on stream. I need to see if Joel wants to do a stream. Would you guys be down? You know how I did the stream with Russian cat food, where we just kind of talked about like history and whatnot. Would you guys like be down if I got Joel on a stream, see if he wants to come on a stream and just kind of talk about his history with 3D printing, how he got into it and whatnot? So I'm waiting to hear back from Sanjay, because Sanjay is going to come on stream at some point. We just got to sort out whatnot, and I know they're really busy right now. He has a couple of voron kits. I would love to fly out to Seattle to build one with him. The problem is I'd have to fly out to Seattle to build one with him. Absolutely do it. Okay, I'll see. I'll ping him and see if he's interested. Is he allowed in Canada? He can come to Canada. Actually, now I can go back to the States. We are allowed to go to the States now. It was an issue with the Canadian or the Americans wouldn't let us in for non-business reasons. Although I might have been able to swing it as business. The problem is if I go to the U.S. when I come back to Canada. To get back into Canada, I have to show a negative PCR test, which is like $200 or $300. So it's an extra cost, which I don't have to do if I fly to the US. But if I were to drive to Toronto and then take a flight to Seattle, that's like 3 times the price if I drive 30 minutes to the Detroit airport and take a flight over. So, stream with Doc. I will get Doc on a stream at some point. Yes. He's on his way to Germany. Yes, he's going to a trade show in Germany right now. Someone told me you can get a PCR test. No, you cannot. Because America. American healthcare. Yeah. Wait a minute. Here. Let me pull up my notepad about all the information about free American healthcare. Okay, and I'm searching for everything about free American healthcare. Ta-da! I joke. I kid. Oh wait, it's empty. Oh no! PCR tests for free, but she's in Mexico. See, here's the thing, like in Canada, you can get, if you are symptomatic or you fall under the classification of you were in direct contact with somebody who tested positive, or you are symptomatic, you get a free test. I had to bring my son for one to the hospital to get a test because he was symptomatic, but luckily it wasn't COVID. He just, was sick as a dog because he's a kid. Refer to manual. Okay. So we had an issue here on T5. So, let's see here. Oh, that filament's all jammed up. Okay. Save that. ERCF home. Then T5, low T5. Resume. And there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. An interesting conversation with my brother and sister in Ottawa comparing healthcare. I'll put it this way. When we had my son, we were 3 days in the hospital, C-section. My most expensive bill from the hospital stay was my Tim Hortons bill. From going to the Timmy's at the hospital to get coffees all the time. Yeah. Yes, I pay through it with my taxes, but I've spoken to compatriots from my company, my company is multinational, who work at our shop in the US, and their healthcare coverage is as good, but they pay more of their salary goes into paying for their healthcare than my taxes go for paying for healthcare. And I have better healthcare. So, yeah. CBC had an article. Okay, I'll take a look. Joel's in Germany right now, so I don't think I'm going to be flying to Seattle. Plus, I would need time off work. Raymond, I'm actually a really boring member of the crew. Exactly. Sean. Am I running a coffee maker next to the mic? No, what do you mean? Is it the fan? No parking bill? No, because I spent more on coffee than my parking, so my Tim Hortons bill was higher. We in Germany pay 15% of our monthly. Yeah, I think it's like 38% of my taxes or something like that. It's a percentage of my taxes, and obviously taxes aren't my entire income. So like 30% of my taxes go towards my healthcare, which when you look at that compared to somebody at the same company who works at a shop in the US, how much of their income they pay directly to healthcare is less. We pay less up here in Canada. So I do need to get Steve on a stream. Maybe when I do a Trident build, because that's his baby. And the Switch. No. Yeah. Yeah. Do no max 600 per person. I honestly have never broken it down. I just read a Google article on it. All I know is the government takes a bunch of my money and I get healthcare. What are the advantages of having a tool board? Let me find my last year. Well, don't post your taxes on the Discord. I don't need to know your taxes. It depends a lot on your income too and whatnot. Without insurance, I'd be paying something like $30,000 a year for medication. Oof. That's the thing that like I can't stand, like the having to pay for like insulin and stuff like that. But anyways, let's not get political. It's printing. It's 10:11, so we're probably going to end the stream soon anyways. How much time do we have left? It's only 34% in. Still got a while. This is how you know the stream is going good. We're talking about healthcare.
I am using BTTS42B motors on X and C switch wire, using just liner rail, no 2020 rail, image progress. Keep up the good work, slightly smiling face, imager.com.
Jason Pointer, 5 pounds. 5 pounds. I always get pounds and euros mixed up. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm using the Big Tree Tech S42B motors on the X and Z of a switch wire using just linear rail, no 2020 image progress. Keep up the good work. Why no 2020? Yes, linear rail by itself will support the weight, but you're worried. Why no 2020? Oh, it's the encoder motors. Okay, I see what you're doing. I hope you don't mind, Jason. I'm sharing your picture. So it's a switch wire, obviously, but it's got some modifications to it. The 2020 is there for a reason. It allows you to mount stuff to it and also lets the drag chain sit on something. So you're gonna have to go with a, yeah, that tool head's completely different. So it's a switchwire inspired design. I'm honestly not a huge fan of encoders on steppers for 3D printers. You should be able to tune your stepper motor to function reliably without skipping steps. And usually if you run into an issue where you would lose steps, your print is usually a goner at that point anyways, if like your tool head hits the print. The max is 600 per person per month or per, yeah, per month. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, because as you make more, like obviously they're not going to bill somebody who makes, you know, $1 million a year in income the same amount for healthcare as somebody who makes, you know, 40,000 a year. Did I switch Skippy back to Stealth Drop? Yes, I did. I am not a masochist. Can use, I guess, structural linear rail. Yeah, but where's your drag chain gonna sit? The drag chain needs somewhere to sit. See, it sits on the extrusion, and then it's blue, and then it matches the colors. That is a lot of purge compared to the print. There's a lot of downsides to multi-material. For those that don't know, there is a lot of downsides to multi-material. It's just one of those things. And umbilical. Lightspeed. We're thinking it got jammed or something corrupted in the G code. Because ever since we resumed it, it's working just fine. So either the G code, the 0 and 1 for T whatever decided to disappear and it just skipped a tool change, or like skipped ahead a tool change, or filament caused it to stick and it like didn't move far enough or something. I don't know. Something happened. We resumed it and now it's not happening. So we're just going to chalk it up to voodoo and move on with our lives. The trick with MMUs. Exactly. Like your purge tower will always be the same based on your Z. Or no. Yeah, your Z. So you're best to print either large objects or multiple objects at the same time. Because it doesn't matter how big this is, this will always be the same size. It's like a resin printer. Your Z time on a resin printer doesn't matter. So you might as well, or your XY time on a resin printer doesn't matter. So you should always try and load up your bed on a resin printer as much as possible to make it as efficient. Honestly, anyone involved in 3D printing, especially those that do 3D printing as like a manufacturing type of thing, should sit in on CNC classes, or at least get an introduction to CNC to learn about optimization, because there's a lot of things you can optimize in 3D printing to cut down cycle time, to cut down print times, and maximize production that a lot of people don't do. It's like Z-hop. A lot of people are like, oh, the switch wire has fast Z. That doesn't matter. If you print something like an Eiffel Tower print, you know, let me grab it. So if you're printing something like the Eiffel Tower, okay, this has like 1 million Z-hops in it or something stupid like that. If you can save 1/3 of the time versus a lead screw one, it adds up over time. You should always try to optimize as much as you can out of any sort of production. Now, obviously, you know, if you're just printing one thing and it's going to finish at 1 a.m. and you're not waking up till 2 a.m. or 8 a.m., it's not an issue. But if you're trying to, you know, you're part of the PIF program and you're trying to pump out as many parts as possible, there's a lot of things you can do to optimize. Did I have Eddie on stream? No, I'm thinking of trying to do more interviews. I like doing the interviews. A lot of people like the Sanjay interview. I'm trying to get him on for a live stream instead of just a recorded interview, but he's super busy. That's a damn nice Eiffel Tower. That was on Tallboy. That was actually like one of the first prints off Tallboy. But I'm going to try and get Joel on a stream at some point now, I think. I don't know, I just like talking with people, especially people that you can go in depth with and just let them run. Like, for those that are channel members and Patreon supporters, I have the full, almost unedited interview with Sanjay available. Obviously, some stuff is edited out for like dead air, like when he was, you know, talking about dinner. That part was edited out. NDA stuff was edited out, obviously. But just letting somebody who knows what they're talking about just go is awesome. And I wish I could do that more. So I'm going to try and get more people for interviews because I like doing them. And a lot of people learn from them, so. Sanjay's an awesome guy. If you ever get a chance to sit down with Sanjay, the dude knows his shit. Like, honestly, I'll admit, for a while there, I was kind of hesitant about E3 because they stuck with the V6 for the longest time, and I was like, oh, what are they doing? They don't know what they're doing. But after like being involved a bit with the Revo betas and whatnot, and actually sitting down and talking with Sanjay, I'm a believer. They know what they're doing. Joel goes on tons of... I know. The problem is the time. Like, I caught his stream last night. I caught the ending of it. But he streams till like 2 or 3 a.m. my time. Really passionate. He is. He is. Okay, trivia time. Who here knows what the E in E3D stands for? The E in E3D. What does the E in E3D stand for? If you are in Canada or the US and you get the correct answer in the next... What time is it? It's 11:14. If you get the correct answer in the next 2 minutes, I will ship you an octopus. Somebody got it, but I don't know if they live in Canada or the US. So from if you've already put an answer, put your answer and then a dash and then the country you live in. If you live in Canada or the US, you're going to get an octopus if you can guess it right. Somebody already put it. I'm hoping they are in Canada or the US. John Stern, congratulations. You won yourself an octopus. If you're on the Voron Discord, DM me your email. It's Education 3D. They started off, Sanjay and I can't remember the other guy. I'm sorry, Sanjay. They wanted to be kind of like a supplier for schools for 3D printers, and then they realized that the technology wasn't quite there because it was inaccessible because of ease of use reasons. So they started developing hot ends. So it is Education 3D. That's what the E in E3D stands for. So congrats, John. This is now yours. So John, you get an octopus, get the rubber ducky, you get a Voron 2.1 sticker, a printed solid, and an LDO sticker. So if you're on the Voron Discord, DM me your email, I'll get all your information, I'll ship it out. Congratulations. Have I got any of the pros? They haven't sent me, I spoke to them, they said they were gonna send me a pro, but I haven't received one. Right, how do I DM you? Okay. If you, okay, John, I'm going to post in G-Chat and just say hi. Just DM me. There we go. Toilet gate. What toilet gate? What? Switch toilet. Oh, the switch toilet guy. Oh, no. Oh, no. There you go, John. When can the commoners... Okay, I have a beta unit. I still don't even have a production unit. And I'm on the, like, influencer list. And I still don't have a production unit, so... Anyone pick up an SKR Mini V3? Okay, here's the funny thing with the Mini V3. SKR Mini V3. Let me pull it up so you guys get a reference. Or there's a Mini E3, but they have a new version of the SKR Mini E3 V3? It's okay, I can't Google it. But anyways, their big selling point is they have like a new unified heatsink. The thing is with the SKR Mini, the PCB is the majority of the heatsink. It's a copper plate in the PCB is the majority of the heatsink. You don't need to add this massive unified heat spreader on it, because most of it is sunk into the PCB itself. It's like a Duet, right? A Duet, for those that have ever run a Duet 2, for example, you don't need to add heat sinks to it because there's a PCB layer that's extra thick that acts like the heat sink. So the SKRs have the SKRs with integrated drivers have always been like that. So that big honking heat sink is like a spoiler on a Civic. Yeah, it does something, but not much. But they do have more CNC fans, which is always good. And it does have the new processor too. Honestly, I think you're going to see a lot of people using RP20 or what is it? The RP2040, the Raspberry Pi little chip there. You're going to see a lot of controller boards using that in the future, I think. Especially the DIY variety, if you catch my meaning. Octopus is a good alternative to the SKRs. Honestly, I've had no issues with Octopus. I've had no issues with the Spider. I have heard a lot of people having issues with the Spider versus the Octopus, so I recommend the Octopus. So. The RP2040 is great. Yeah, I've heard good things. I know the Annex, somebody on the Annex Discord made a controller board. They're not the only ones. It's gonna be the new ramps going forward, I think. It's gonna be the new home gamer chip that people use, I think, for controller boards. $5 for the Pi Pico. I have a Pi Pico, and I also have a seed board that has the RP2040 on it, but it's got less pinouts. Yeah, they have a cross XY gantry, the Annex. They're not the only ones that do that. What was it? The Crow XY was the one I actually kind of like the idea of. What's up in here? Yeah, this right here, the Crow XY. This was the one I saw a while ago. I like the design of it. I think it's, for a printer this size, it's overbuilt, but I think if you scale it up, it might be more beneficial. 48 volts mean, yeah, that's the thing with the, here's my problem. Like, when they wanted to send me the Pro, I'm like, okay, so if I take my Octopus out of Tallboy and put a Octopus Pro in, it's still going to print the same. It's just I'll be able to go a little bit faster. And I don't do speed benchies. So I'll be able to save time on like travels and whatnot. But my final print quality will be the same. I'll just save a little bit of time on travels and infill. Because you're still limited by volumetric flow rate. Like hardware has been able to outrun hot ends for years. We have firmware that has been able to outrun hot ends for a little bit less time, but you know, since Klipper and Duet and whatnot, we've had hardware and firmware that can outrun hot ends. That's our limiting factor, and you can only melt and re-solidify plastic so fast without a hit to quality. What's special about the PCB board on the switch wires print head? Less wires on the cable chain. Yes, it shares. You only have one wire feeding at 24 volts, for example. So all you have going, so you have like a 24 volt wire going to it, and the return, and then the 5 volt and the negative. But then the rest are just signal wires. So you do save a bit of wires in your drag chain, and it just kind of neatens everything up. So now you have like one homogenized connector going in the drag chain. Most won't need the Pro. Exactly. It's nice to be able to do 48 volt, but I mean, like, we tried the separate voltage in on the Taco Raven. Wrong way. Taco Raven. This was 2018 when we said, hey, let's design our own controller board. And we did. And it's got a separate motor voltage in. Really, all you need, if you don't need 48 volts for all your motors. X and Y is really all you ever need 48 volts for. Oh, and NeoPixels. That's the new hotness. You need to have NeoPixels on your controller board, otherwise it's useless, apparently. CAN is good if you're running a separate smart toolhead board. So the toolhead board I'm running on here is just connectors. It's dumb. But for those running CAN boards, you save a ton of wires, because now you only need power and 2 signal wires, I believe. And then it's a separate MCU, essentially. There's an all-new Duet board for the V2 from Physek. Honestly, Physek is one of those companies that's like, every now and then they do something good, but then they drop the ball. It's like the Spider. They reached out to the Voron team when they were developing the Spider, and they sent a few prototype boards to the team, and we're like, on paper these are good and the prototype boards are good, but then the production boards had QC issues up the ass. And it's like, that sucks. Come on, guys. It's called the Big Dipper. Physek Big Dipper, motherboard, 3D printer, Duet 3 Mini. So is it a repackaged Duet? Okay, so it's got 6 steppers. See, 6 is an odd number because you can do a Voron without the toolhead. So you would need this plus a toolhead board. Oh wait, no, 7. It's 7. Sorry, it starts at 0. That's right, 0. So it's got 7 drivers. 2209s. ARM Cortex M4. For $94 Canadian. That's not bad. 28 volt maximum input. 5 volt at 8 amp DC power supply, so it can power a Raspberry Pi. That's one thing I'm really happy a lot of controller board makers have jumped on. The Spider, the Octopus, this thing, and a few others. You can now power Raspberry Pis, full-size Raspberry Pi 4s off of your controller board. So you're saving the buck. So, and 7 TMC 2209s. Honestly, TMC 2209s are good for 99% of 3D printing uses. Maker Mace boards aren't too bad either. I've never played with one, and I don't know anyone that has, so I can't really comment on them. Selectable fan voltages is nice. Yes, it is, because I know a lot of people, like, certain fans are really good, but you can only get them at like 12 volts. My Octopus doesn't like being powered by from the... Oh, okay, your Raspberry Pi doesn't like being powered by the Octopus. On V226, my Spider is powering the Raspberry Pi. It's a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus. On Tallboy here, the Raspberry Pi is powered by a buck converter. And that one's a 3B, not a 3B plus. That's just 3B. I don't actually have any Pi 4s in any of my printers. I did have a Pi 4 in Toasty, but I actually swapped it out to a Pi 3A so that my Pi 4 is now free to do whatever the heck I want with it. Thoughts on the Rapido? It's kind of... A lot of people are comparing it to a Revo, which I don't get. It's a Magnum Plus competitor. If you plan on printing super fast with a fat nozzle, maybe. If you're a 0.4 boy, it's useless. Some Pis don't like being powered through GPIO pins. You can still use the USB-C cable. So the issue with powering your Pi over GPIO, you need to make sure you're using a thicker cable. So make sure you're using like an 18 gauge or larger cable to run the power to it. I know I had issues on Tallboy. I was getting under voltage issues all the time, and it came down to the wires I was using to connect it. Or only like I was using a USB connector that I had cut up to connect to the buck converter. But the USB connector only had like 22 gauge wires, and it was dropping voltage because of that. Have I done any more with the FL Sun? I printed a little plane for my son the other day. Iron Man mask in 20 minutes. Can't do it that fast. 22 gauge must be enough. It works, but it drops the voltage. Try 20 or bigger at least. Like I'm using 18. And I'm realizing I'm not going to be able to monitor this because I don't have a webcam on this printer. Dang it. Yeah, 22 amp, like 22 gauge is fine for like data. Like when you're plugging in like, you know, a webcam or whatever. But for actually supplying exactly 5 volts, it will drop it. Especially when the power supply is only outputting a flat 20 or a flat 5 volt. Why are you guys keeping me up? The stream should have ended half an hour ago. Why am I still here? And John, I'm still waiting on your DM. Okay, John, if you are... Yeah, I need you to DM me on the Voron Discord so I can send you an octopus. AFK overnight stream. I'm not going to do that. Because the last thing you need is like me realizing when it's like an hour from now that this jammed and me running down here in my boxers to change it out. You guys don't need to see that. It's Uber Nero. I posted in G-Chat. I said hi. He is J Bob. Are you J Bob? I'm not I. See, now I'm gonna have a bunch of people spamming me going, hey, I'm John. John's trying to DM you from the Switch. Oh. 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 I'm not J Bob. Who are you, John? What is your Twitch ID? John 2312. See, the problem is there are people that will spoof him just to try and get a free $40 controller board. Hi, I'm John. Sent to Geraldton, West Australia, though. John S. on Discord. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, John, I got your email. I need your full legal name, your phone number, and your full address. And then I will send you that octopus. If you are not John S., don't send me that shit. I don't want it. Unless if you send me your... You know what? I should wait 5 minutes, let all the randos send me their private information, and then I'll sell it all. I'll let them do that. Do I have to answer the math question? That's only for... Okay. Yes, there is a law in Canada for any giveaway you have to answer... Or, how does it work? In Canada, you are not allowed to give something away for free, and if you do, there is taxes involved. However, if they are required to do something, you can skip that. So like if you win the lottery, you win 30 million in the lottery, you have to answer a skill testing question, which is like 2 + 2 + 4, okay? And if you can answer that, you get your money and you don't have to pay taxes on it. It's always the easiest answer. They literally went to a judge and said, what is the easiest math question we can legally ask? And the judge gave them an answer, and that's what the math question is. And it's the same for like every draw in Canada. It's hilarious. So John, what is 1 + 1? And I will send you an octopus. Oh, actually, no. The skill testing question was the question. So he won. That was harder than it should have been. Okay. So there we go. So I will mail that out to you probably next week. It's just an octopus. It doesn't have drivers, unfortunately. I don't have any spare 2209s, but it's an octopus. Worst case scenario, you get some stickers and a little squeaky toy. Run +1 in binary. Let's not get there. Hey, DJ, I went and blurred that. And I hate blurring streams after, but I went and blurred that all, so. Do I have the pro? I do not have the pro version. Honestly, functionally, if you're worried about the pro version, it'll work as good as the regular version, but any driver that's 48 volt will run a little bit faster. Pre-pack some rice. Ah. Oh. Why you guys gotta be like that? Why you guys gotta be like that? I'm having too much fun. Why is the stream going too long? What are we at right now? We're at 11:40. I should be ending this stream, guys. See, I hate editing streams. I hate whenever like I accidentally flash the email or something like that. Because the problem is with YouTube, I can go in after a stream ends and edit it. So I can cut out a portion or I can blur a portion. The problem is the moment I edit a stream, you lose the live chat. So that's why I have you guys like here on screen. It's because in case that happens, but if I were to ever like edit a stream, the actual live chat that plays next to the stream goes away and it can't replay. And I hate that. I admire your filament nest. It's getting pretty ratty, I will say. The print will finish in 2 hours and 22 minutes. We're going to end the stream soon. Just in my first print live on my YouTube channel. ABS Benchy, hour and 9 minutes. Need to print it. Push it faster. Keep going. Push it to the limit. Actually, honestly, if you could do a good Benchy in 30 minutes, that's... Beyond 30 minutes, you get diminishing returns, in my opinion. Derek, $5. I'm late to the party. Okay, good night. Stream's over. I kid. When's the rep box coming? Monday.
I'm late to the party.
According to UPS, Monday. So, at some point during the week, I will be doing a build of the rep box, and then next Saturday's stream is just going to be a straight. We're going to have everything set up, and we're just going to print. So we're just going to print and chill next week, because after all this ERCF stuff, it's just going to be a nice chill stream. So I'll spend the week. I'll get it tuned. I'll try and get it to the point where it's like, you know, fully reliable, and we'll get a stream going. Do you have to pre-feed the filament into the rabbit? Does the rabbit then feed to the direct drive? Okay, so how it works, let me load up the greatest educational tool of any live streamer ever, MS Paint. So we have the Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder. We have the selector. We have the tool head, extruder. We have the part that melts the filament right there. Okay, so how it works is you have a gear in here. Okay, it's Bondtech gears. As it moves between the shuttles, or between the different feeds, a little servo comes down and collapses the hat, which pushes the two Bondtech gears together, so that way it will feed from that one feeder. Okay? So, your filament gets pushed through the gears, and then it goes through here. In here, there's an encoder. Okay? The encoder realizes filament's going through it, okay? It knows that filament's now going through it. It measures it too. The filament goes down to your tool head. Math happens, okay? And it knows when it gets close to here, it stops, and then your extruder gear takes over. And what happens is your extruder gear and your feeder gear from the ERCF feed in unison, okay? And it keeps feeding that filament in unison until the filament comes down to here, just before the tool head, or before the hot end, and there's a sensor, okay? That sensor goes, hey, there's filament here. At that point, this disengages, okay? Disengages, it goes bye-bye. Servo goes up, the gears are no longer pushing on the filament. This takes over and it's a direct feed setup, and it prints, okay? After you're done, it does the opposite. It pulls this filament up This engages, pulls the filament all the way out, and then it switches to the next feeder. Repeat. Science. How much did it cost to build? This kit is a kit from deepfriedhero.in. This kit was given to me free for the purposes of demonstration. You can source it yourself as well. It is an open source project. The entire bill of materials is available on the GitHub. Links in the description. So Nero should make an NFT. Please don't of this art. Hey, I'm all for if you guys want to pay for an NFT of something, go for it. I'll do the pay money wubby thing where I'll just put an NFT out, and if somebody wants to pay for it, YOLO. How reliable? Hardware wise, I believe it's pretty much 100% reliable. I can't say 100%. Hardware wise, it's as reliable as any self-built 3D printer component. It comes down to firmware. It comes down to tuning, because the problem is different filaments. Your big issue with multi-material is your retraction bulb. Okay, so if you look at the filament there, that tip right there has a little stringer on it. Okay. Depending on how this tip forms will affect how it feeds back in after a tool change. Some filaments will form a better tip than others. Okay, this white filament is garbage. It's a really stringy filament, and it's making a really stringy tip. What else? The green is doing it as well. So it is a very finicky setup. Multi-material is not a mass consumption thing. It is a hobbyist tuning thing. You need to be able to adjust and tweak and modify things on the fly, because this filament that is loaded into tool selector 1 here behaves differently than the filament in tool selector 2. And you're going to have to adjust things, and you're going to have to tweak things, and different colors will behave differently. Different brands will behave differently. It is not a mass consumption thing. Reliable if you don't have working magnets. Once you have working magnets, though, it's fine. I think they are supposed to... I don't know if they're supposed to separate. I think it's just kind of a demonstration print. What speed do you print your first layer on the 2.4 with Alta-Stick? I don't have... This isn't an Alta-Stick sheet. This is a... it's an LDO sheet. Which it's a Prusa sheet because LDO's OEM for a lot of Prusa stuff. But anyways, 30 is usually what I run. I don't know what the default is in the slicer profile, but 30 is usually what I run my first layer at. 30 to 40 depending. Any way to add a filament cutter to make it more reliable? It's not in the works, because it's not really needed if you can get the filament tip tuning down. Yeah. The filament, the cutting tip, or what is it? The filament cutter is a solution for a problem you can work away. Okay. It's like reference back to my stream with Sanjay there, where we were talking about the Revo, and it came up, you know, with the Revo, your heater and thermistor cartridge are built into the heater, which if you break the wires, you can't replace it. You have to buy the new things. But they've solved the issue of breaking the wires by having it reinforced. So instead of rectifying the problem, or rectifying or instead of solving, or how do I word this? Instead of dealing with the problem, they've rectified the problem. So if you can make it so that, you know, if you take your time to tune your slicer so that you don't have the little stringy bits when you do the retractions, you don't need the filament cutter. Which, considering I'm running fully stock and default and I'm not having too many issues, isn't really a big thing. But this is definitely a something you're gonna have to play with. Yeah. It's this white filament here, that's the worst. Benefit of an LGX over Clockwork. I have an LGX sitting on my drawer that I was trying to attach to another printer, but Clockwork is working well. The LGX has bigger gears. You're going to have more contact with the filament. The reason I was originally going to do Clockwork, or this had a Clockwork. I was going to upgrade to a Galileo before going to LGX with here. And disclosure, Bondtech sent me an LGX out of the blue, along with their CHT nozzles. That's what's now sitting in here. I'm loving the LGX. It's an off-the-shelf thing, so you don't have to worry about issues that can arise from building an extruder yourself. Okay, you don't need to worry about filament tolerances. It's an off-the-shelf item. Also, the larger gears, with smaller gears, you're only gripping the filament with so many teeth at a time. Larger gears, more surface area, more grip on the filament. With a multi-material unit, with the potential for every time you feed the filament in, the bulb at the end is going to be a little bit different. I say go with an LGX if you have one. I really like it. What's the lore behind the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder? You're actually going to have to hit up Ette for that. I'm not 100% sure. Do I have a brush mod? I do not have a brush mod on any of my printers. And for reference, V226 is still running the original Omron V2.0 spec Z switch. Just fine. The trick is when you finish your print, do a long retract. So that way when you do your next print, during the heat up cycle, there's not much filament in the nozzle, so it doesn't ooze a bunch, and then just do a really long purge at the beginning of the print. You basically want to empty the nozzle at the end of a print, and then just purge a lot at the beginning of the next print, but do it slow. Very tempted to do with an LGX light on my next. So the picture you've probably seen floating around of the V01 with an LGX light, that is something some guy made. Obviously, he was in the LGX Lite beta, I'm assuming. That is something completely on whoever created that picture or that printer. That isn't voron design team. Obviously, it's being worked on for an official adoption, but at this time, there's nothing official. Yeah. Enraged RCF, RCF being in reference to Russian cat food, our leader. So yeah, so RCF has kind of gone on the record that multi-material is kind of like a thing with 3D printing. So maybe it's for that. I'm not 100% sure. Official when? When it's done. When has anyone on the Voron team ever come out and said this will be released on this date? Well, you guys should know by now. Okay, so just so you guys know, on Discord, so when I stream, Discord goes into like sleep mode, so I don't see notifications. So I decided to check it. I've got 4 people claiming to be John, trying to get an octopus, and 3 people offering me unraid help. So you guys are awesome for the unrated people. The rest of you guys suck. Time for another drink. Sure. I'm having a good night. This is a fun stream. RCF in the past has tried to do multi-material. It isn't easy. It isn't. Honestly, multi-material is chasing the dragon with 3DP. There is no solution that is good for multi-material. Every solution out there has drawbacks. In terms of consumer level, E3D's tool changer is probably the best consumer solution, but it's expensive, it's complicated. You have different tool heads that all have different offsets and everything. When it works great. If it doesn't work, it's garbage. If you want to go DIY, you have Y splitters. Y splitters are super simple, they're super easy. I ran a Y splitter on here, but you run into the same issue as a multi-material unit, where you have to temper your extrusion or your filament every time you do a retract and a feed. It can jam, it can stall, you can misfeed the right filament. There is no solution for multi-material that is perfect. That's why, like with vorons, officially multi-material isn't a thing, because vorons kind of aim for build it spec, build it good, it will function good. Once you add this kind of shenanigans to the pile, Frenzy Narwhal, first stream I've caught almost live. Thanks for the hard work. Make it enjoyable and informative. Cheers. We aren't actually working on any major V2 updates. 2.4 R2 is just a... Raymond, shh. They're not supposed to know about the magnetic levitation drive yet. Wireless wires. It's the future. IDEX with 2 ERCFs. Well, see, the trick is what you do is you build a 6-unit ERCFA, and each unit on the 6-unit ERCFA is fed by a 6-unit ERCFA. Stop trying to talk me out of an ERCFA. It's too late. I ordered it last month. Maglev sounds like awful ringing to me. Pretty much. Oh, we got a jam. We got a jam. Okay, let me fix this. ERCFA unlock. It's the white filament. It's always the white filament. Okay, ERCFA home. T1. Okay, now it's good. Resume. Okay, the fact that I can fix jams on this while slightly inebriated goes to show you how good the system is. When will maglev be official? 2042. I'm going to throw things out there and assume that the 2.4 revision 2 is gantry improvements. The Trident gantry with its MGM12 X rail is drop-in compatible with 2.4. Take that as you will. Honestly, the 2.4 is as finalized as you really can get. Like, it's incremental at this point. We're not seeing the leaps in hardware tech that you used to see. It's easy use and refinement at this point, honestly. IDEX is great. I have one IDEX machine. It's that JG Aurora Artist D Pro. It's in the other room. It's kind of on the firmware and the slicing side, but IDEX is great. Tool changers are amazing, but pricey. I would love to have an E3D tool changer. I can't justify it though. Because the problem is with this setup is good for making pretty prints, okay? If you want to print, you know, multicolor prints, yeah, that's great. You can't really do proper multi-material with a single hot end, because no matter how much you flush out, you will never clear all the previous filament. So if you're trying to do like a dissolvable filament, it will never fully flush out. So when you go to dissolve the filament, the stuff that shouldn't be dissolvable will kind of be dissolvable. So. If you mod your 2.4 with MGM12, remember to put the MGM9 rail on top of your Y extrusions. I understand where you're coming from. Here's the thing. I've been running. This guy is from V2. This is V226. We're up to like 2000 V2s now. I've never had. I still don't run a bed mesh on this one. I understand the math behind the gantry bowing because of dissimilar metals with the aluminum and the Y rails being steel. I've never seen it in practice on any of my machines though. So 500 by 500 V2. Core XY does not scale large. Please don't do that. Do you have any mods at all on Tallboy? Nope. It's a fully stocked machine other than being taller. It's 330 by 330 by about 380 to 390, depending on how much I'm okay with crushing my drag chains. But it's fully stock. What is the best place to get cast beds in the US? I have no idea. I'm a Canadian. Some place that doesn't steal your credit card information is probably the best bet. Rat Rig has a 500 by 500. They do. They also have 9mm belts. And just because they do have one doesn't mean it's good. Okay, how do I rephrase that? Don't mean that as a dig as a Rat Rig. Core XY is a fast motion system. Once you go big with Core XY, your belts get really long. You have to deal with long belts. You have to deal with tensioning issues. Vorons are designed with 6mm belts in mind. Rat Rig is 9mm belts. It can probably scale a bit better, but you're still dealing with limitations. You can build a Voron at 1 meter by 1 meter. Doesn't mean it'll run great. No, like Rat Rig. I have no experience with Rat Rig. That's the problem. I've never touched one. I don't know anyone who personally has one. The only thing I've seen about Rat Rigs were the teaching tech videos on it, and then people that have bought kits that have posted about it in like the 3DP Discord. With issues with like substandard parts. I can't comment on it, unfortunately. All I can say is what I've seen, and yeah. But we are getting to the end of the stream because it's midnight. I need to go to bed. So, headphones are dead. I've got no music no more. I'm gonna call it here. So that was a 4-hour stream of a 3-hour stream that could have been a 2-hour stream. I Obviously, I'm gonna watch this throughout the night. It's only 50% done at this point. I will post the finished picture of whatever we get. I'll probably have to, at some point I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna wake up and then it's gonna have jammed. I'm gonna have to fix it. We're still tweaking settings. We're still adjusting slicer settings. It is not finalized yet. This was the first print on this multi-material unit. So, next week's stream, we will have the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, hopefully set up, fully tuned. We will print something.
Take a drink.
Whatever happens, happens. Next week is just going to be a print and chill. Next week is just print and chill. This was fun. I wish I could do more streams like this where we just hang out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. Cheers. And for those that make GIFs out of my streams and make them memes. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.